flame-proof metal film resistors.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I didn't have any problems with the preamps with that type of problem. Um, Most of all the resistors and the preamps are the original, and I didn't have any overheating or any discoloration. But the key part of when I first started working on this camera, I done it in sections. In other words, I started with the prog amp from the, I'm sorry, no, not the program. I started with the viewfinder. From the viewfinder, I went through the prog amp to the encoder. From the encoder to the power supplies, I done everything in sections because I didn't want a lot of variables to be introduced in restoring this camera. The all of the um, units, the chassis, were all interconnected. And once that was going, and once I knew that all those chassis were going perfectly, then I started to work on the camera head with all the, knowing that all the other support equipment is working. I I have two 400-volt power supplies to take care of,
WP16s?
excuse me?
WP16s?
No, what? Okay, those are no, those are 280s. But no, the one I'm talking about I have lab power supplies, the bench power supplies, laboratory power supplies, and what I done for each unit, like the viewfinder and the program, I taken them out of the system and have it standalone, and I worked on them individually. So I had the support test equipment to actually get each unit going. But I'm go ahead.
I was going to say the WP16s should supply you both with plus 360, 400, or 420, depending on where you put the tap. Plus, there's also the plus 280 regulated. The plus 400, whatever that variant is, will be an unregulated supply. But the plus 280 will be the regulated, and usually only two are required per TK41.
Yeah, that's correct. On the power supplies, I have I've done some calculations and made a load test box with a huge fan on it to keep the load resistors cool. And that's how I bench test the power supply. The only problem I have with the power supplies were the filters kept blowing up. When the second one blew up, actually in my face, I decided to change every single electrolytic in each power supply.
Absolutely. Yeah, I just recently did, well, I say recently, within 2 years, I did an upgrade on a WP16 to the point where I took it down to the bare frame, had the frame sandblasted, had the frame bright zinc plated. Okay, so we're talking about a very thorough restoration. I replaced every wire with Teflon coated, PTFE coated 600 volt insulation wire. And then every capacitor was changed out. Every resistor that had gone beyond 5% of its intended value was replaced. And it was all, well, the original diode in there was replaced with a much more modern, little diode square, four diodes on an inch and a quarter, whatever it is, footprint. But the thing with that heat sink, nasty little low current, high voltage diode assembly that was initially in the WP16 was replaced with a much higher current value unit. And I replaced everything in there. I have the, in case you need it, by the way, I also have the color codes for both RCA light and dark umber paint. And it was repainted, and it is probably effectively a 2020 or 2019 brand new RCA power supply.
Mhm.
But yeah, the preamps. I recall. I forget that. I don't mean the preamps. The four modules in the proc amps. There's three electrolytic capacitor cans in there. One, I believe, has two or three 40 microfarad or 450 volt electrolytics at 10 microfarad at 450 volts, and two, I believe, 1000 microfarads at 16 volts. Yeah, there's the proc amp itself, and for anybody who's watching who is not familiar with that proc amp, it's the one with the orange meter in the front there with the red, blue, and green. Yeah, thank you. That's the unit. There are four plug-in modules that come in from the rear, and they each have these electrolytic capacitors, and they're very cramped for space. So the possibility of using modern, say, Panasonic axial lead, radial lead electrolytic capacitors is really, really very difficult to fit into that space. And I was hoping to find out from anybody if they've had luck trying to find modern suppliers of aluminum cylinders that you could use to place electrolytic caps, modern electrolytic caps into, to stuff into those aluminum cylinders and put them in these tight space locations.
I don't think I've seen that. I would suggest making your own can out of aluminum stock, maybe.
Yeah, I've looked into that, and it becomes economically unfeasible. Sometime I not tonight, but sometime I want to share my photos of everything I've done. This proc amp unit you have on screen now, I want to share my photos of it and my photos of the proc amp modules that fit into the rear. There are some resistors in there that you will need to look at because the heat that they create will have changed their resistance values probably beyond the rated 5 or 10% rated values, and they will be problems at some point.
So there's no room under the multi-section tubulars to put single unit ones underneath. You know, what I usually do is cut off the tabs on the electrolytics, leave the can there, right? So you don't leave a gaping hole chassis, and then wire in single section units underneath. There's not enough room for that, right?
Not really. If you can get I see you have a man on site. If you can get him to go around the back of that, there you go. Yeah, baby. Yeah, you can see that there are, a little further around the back, or a little, there you are. That's the 40, 400 volt and the 10 microfarad, 450 volt electrolytic capacitors. And you can see from it's only about a 2-inch depth on that little chassis that there's really very little room to put a modern, electrolytic capacitor in there, because there's also resistors that are bleeders across those.
Well, it's very common with radio collectors radio collectors are commonly using a pipe cutter to cut the aluminum can open and using a hair dryer to melt away all the goop and installing new capacitors and rebonding the cans together. It's a very common procedure among radio collectors.
Yeah, I tried that. There's, I wish I had the space in there. That's just
Well,
not.
another
It's not.
suggestion would be to, it's a little bit ugly, but you could empty the cans and wire the single units around the outside of the can, actually. It's another way.
There's no problem. I have done lots of stuff, restuffed lots of cans, and you can get, and a lot of them have been the quad 40s, 600 volts, and you can get 4 modern ones in one of those cans without any problem.
Yeah, it probably could fit that. It's just, it's kind of, well, I suppose what I did was I used the pipe cutter on that little lip, the quarter half-inch lip on the bottom where the can fattens out where the seal is, and it doesn't leave for a whole lot of room to put it all back together.
What I have done on a bunch of them is not cut the can with a cutter, but actually drill out the base that has the 4 connectors on it, so you have the whole can intact. Stuff the capacitors in there, and then fill it with
Epoxy or something?
Well, I used from one of those little heat guns with the cartridges. Fill it up, and then you can just hold 4 tabs, connect 4 tabs to the 4 wires from the capacitor, and then just hold them in place while the glue hardens.
Yeah, you just get some hot glue. You get the hot glue machine at any place like Home Depot or something, and just squirt the stuff in there. It'll hold it in place. Of course, if the caps get really, really hot, they might ooze back out. But hopefully that's not going to happen with modern caps.
The beauty is that the new 40 by 400 or 450 volt caps are like $1.10, whereas a replacement 40 by 40 by 40 by 40 450 volt is about 40 or 50 bucks. So even if I end up wasting a couple of $1 or $2 capacitors, it will have been an exercise in educating myself on how to do this better. So that's a good idea. I will try.
Hey guys, I have a question about the camera. Does it use 3 ordinary image orthicons like the type used in black and white cameras, or are they special image orthicons?
No, they are special. They're not. Number, I think it's 5280 or 5820s. No, these are special tubes.
Are they 3 different tubes for the different colors?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It goes through an optical. It goes through an optical block. Let's see if I can get it. My lighting in this lab is not the best.
Carlina, what makes those tubes special?
The color fitting the okay. This is the red one. This is the red one. The one in the center. I don't know if you can see it. It's really bad. But there's a center one, and the other side is the blue one. This is the optical block right here, starting from this end all the way to this end, just to split the color beam up. For one for the red, one for the green, and one for the blue. And this right here is actually the iris motor, right here.
Is that a prism block or the earlier dichroic plate block?
By chance, are you using the 8673 tube?
you know, I don't remember. I'll have to look at my notes to see what tubes are in there.
Yeah, I just recently pulled one of the yolks. Well, in my circumstance, the yoke was removed from the chassis back in 1977, and I just pulled the tube out of the yoke, and all three are 8673s. I'm actually missing the camera head chassis.
Charlene, Wayne Brettel had a question.
Yeah, I was wondering if the optical block is a prism or is it the earlier flat dichroic plates?
Oh, no, it's a prism. It's actually a prism with a filter for each color. And what they use is mirrors to beam the light into the image orthicon. And
yeah,
also,
I know that, but there were two forms. The earlier cameras used flat plate dichroic mirrors, and then I think that DK41C had a prism block.
Okay, what this one is a little bit of A, little bit of B, and I kind of upgraded to a C because the C didn't have this right here. I actually made, but the A and the B had the adjustments for the gain and the decelerator on both sides of the camera. So I didn't like that method, so I went ahead and just made a chassis to where, and done a little more modification to it to where all the adjustments are on one side. But I'm not sure about the block you're asking. I believe they're special mirrors, but I don't know exactly what type of mirrors they're using on this camera.
They're 50% reflecting, 50% pass. That is 50% of the light comes in and is reflected off to a different channel, and 50% goes on to pass through to the intended channel.
Now you're describing a partially silvered mirror, and they are not. They are dichroic, which means they reflect a certain range of colors one way, and the remainder of the spectrum the other way. So they actually are one red reflecting and one blue reflecting, and then the green passes through to the central tube.
Well, isn't that controlled by the inserted red or green or blue filter, which resides just past the mirror?
No, those filters are trim filters to shape the spectral response, but the main spectral separation is through what they call dichroic mirrors. And in the early models, that was very inefficient because they had to have both the dichroics and the trimming filters to get the correct color response. But once they got to the prism block, they had learned how to tune the dichroics, so they didn't need the very narrow trimming filters, and that prism block increased the sensitivity of the cameras.
Well, I'll tell you what, I have an RCA manual for the TK41 without a suffix, the TK41, not A, not B, not C, but the TK41. And let me give you my email address, and if you send to me, I will make a PDF copy of that manual. My email address is karlwhansen@yahoo.com. And I will share any information on any equipment of any manufacturer quite freely to anybody who's interested, if I have it. And
could you say that again and maybe
Okay.
type it in the chat?
I will. Okay, I'll try to find the chat thing here. Okay, I see the chat. Yes. I will do that.
Okay, thanks. I have data that was rescued from the trash bin at RCA that has measurements of the spectral response of the cameras of the early cameras from 1953, and also measurements that were made by Jay Ballard of a prism block camera, and I can provide a link to that. I have to look it up, but I'll put it in the chat.
I'll just suggest that a lot of this information, if people have scans of early service information or product information, a good place for it to live would be on the Early Television Museum's website.
Definitely. Charlene, do you have that camera on and aimed at anything right now?
Oh, no, it's, the only thing I have now on is the, program, the encoder. But the camera, no, the camera has to come on in a stage, to where, when I bring up the 280 power supply, I have to leave it on for at least about 10 to 20 minutes to sure everything is stabilized. Then I will bring up, turn off the IO protect, and then I will bring up the beam and the targets for each color. Right now, as you can see, I'm in the program. I'm putting color bars for it right now. This generator is for the RGB signal, non-composite, and I'm using the old 1410 for the same for the birds flag, the composite sync, blinking for that. Oh, and also I use the crosshatch. This version has a crosshatch on it, generator, or a grading generator where I can do the green alignment to get it perfectly. Right now, I'm having problems with this viewfinder. I don't like the way the scan is. It has a bit of horizontal linearity problem. And for some reason, it's chopping off the first, on the left side, it's chopping off a little bit of the sweep. I have checked everything from the flyback on down. I put in an injector signal, and for some reason it's chopping it off. So I may have to redesign the horizontal sweep for this unit, because that has to be perfect for me to do the alignment or the registration.
It's amazing, amazing work.
I'm late in joining, but I have a couple comments over the last couple moments. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I had very early TK41 when I was at U of M. I think it was serial number 40, 41, something like that, real low number. It came originally with a dichroic set of mirrors, and then it was upgraded to the block to do color separation. One of the comments was about trim filters or something like that. What was happening is when you put orthicons in the camera, they all had to hit the knee at the exact same time. And the filters that you would put in were ND filters so that you could have them hit the knee at the same time. It was important because basically your iris, in this case, is really a ND block, rotating ND that would set how much light would hit those orthicons. The irises were basically left wide open on the lenses. So the ND filters or trim filters that are put in were strictly to make sure that the orthicons hit the knee at the exact same time, so that they all had the same transfer characteristics.
What does ND mean?
Neutral density. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
And it was a one-time thing when you changed an orthicon, and they all pretty much hit the knee at the same time after it as they age. So that was what those filters were used for. The video level is controlled by a rotating ND thing. I think that's in what you're seeing in the picture right now. There was an orbiter, which is on the other side, so you couldn't do animation, because if in later days when you could do one frame edits. But anyway, that's a different story. One of the things that I also noticed, Charlena, is that you don't have the aperture corrector, the 1RU on top of the color flexor.
Yes, that one, I'm going to have to do a modification to it before I even touch it. You know the coil that they have in there with the wires coming out of it? It's the only coil in there. It's very fragile, and if you break one, that's it. So I'm going to have to make a case for that to protect that, so it won't be accidentally broken. Then I'll go ahead and troubleshoot it and go ahead to install it. But that's the only reason why it's not in the system yet.
Okay, well, a lot of people, and I think NBC was one of them, they put in solid state. I think they were using Kohu encoders, and they also used the International Nuclear preamps to get rid of the tubes in the head. But that's a different story. So that's my addition. I got in late. I did notice that you had the 4 channels in the back of the proc amp, and I was just wondering if how many modifications were done to this camera, and what is the serial number of the camera?
Okay, it's only 3 preamps for the 3 IOs. I don't have a black and white section 2. It's just only 3.
Okay. Because I know there was a thing at Himmelfarb at NBC New York I guess he had a blue streak whenever he talked, is what I've been told. But he had a modification that you put into the gamma unit so that when you turn on gamma, that it would reduce the noise in the lower part of the picture and help the signal to noise ratio.
And I know you mentioned the orbital. Unfortunately, this camera, someone taken the orbital lens out. So trying to do registration on this, I have to use extremely low light. And also I have to keep moving the camera now and then because the orbital lens is missing.
Well, that shouldn't make any difference because all that was is a piece of glass that has got a wedge shape to it. And it won't make any difference in your registration because
No, it's the burn-in factor. I have to watch out.
Okay.
Yeah, and to make it worse, now I'm dealing with 3 tubes now.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying registration.
Yeah. No. When I meant it's that when I target it on a ball chart or like a registration chart, I can, like this one, I can only keep it on for so long. But then I will have to move the camera away from it for a while, then move it back. So it's like it takes forever to do registration with this camera without the orbital to keep. And one time I almost burned it one time because I was distracted. And so I just learned to just keep the iris low as much as possible where I could see it to do the registration alignment. So if anyone has an orbital lens, I need one badly.
Sounds like your orthicons have got an extreme case of stickiness because that you shouldn't have that much of a stickiness to a burn in to them.
I'd like to give a little more information about the trimming filters. While it is correct that neutral density filters were used to get the 3 orthicons to the same knee point, the early color optics actually did also contain color trimming filters, and there was specification of the particular glass type, and that's all in the paper that I posted in the chat. And also somebody asked about the difference in the image orthicons from the 5820s used in black and white. And the main difference was to have a higher exposure range before hitting the knee, because for color, the orthicons had to be operated in the linear region. And for black and white, cameras were typically operated where the highlights would compress somewhat as a kind of approximate gamma correction. And if you did that in a color camera, every scene would have different parts going over the knee differently, and therefore the color would shift. So the orthicons were built with a different spacing between the internal target and the mesh that decelerated the electron beam, which gave them a higher knee and a wider contrast range before going over the knee.
Quick question for you. I'm looking at the shot of your image orthicon setup panel there. You've got 2 red, 2 green, 2 blue. Yeah, and you've got what appears to be three tiny holes on the right in a vertical line up and down there. Yeah. Okay, you've got a dynode gain, you've got a G5 adjustment. The TK41C that I have had 9 knobs. There was a beam control, a G5 control, and a D3 adjustment.
Those holes right there, I believe, if I remember right, I think those were for the beam. And I started to take them out of the I/O controller, and I decided not to. Just have the I/O controller be in one separate unit to control the beam, and right next door is the target. So I just let them blink. It's shown in the screen.
I'm just curious. I mean, I'm seeing construction lines there in pencil lead. So apparently somebody started to drill into this.
Yeah, it was
and
me. No, this whole chassis here was built. Remember this when I first received this camera, it was kind of a little bit of B, a little bit of B. I'm sorry, a little bit of A, a little bit B, but not C at all. And this here of each row, like the dyno gain, and also the decelerator, they were both on each side of the camera. One was on the left row and the other was on the right. I didn't like that design. So I built my own chassis to make it look like a C, to have everything on one side.
Yeah, the original, well, the Charlie unit that I have, before the chassis was stolen from me, there was 9 knobs there. And the beam controls had a series of, there were 3 parallel circuits of a 560 k ohm resistor, a 2.2 meg ohm resistor, followed by a 2.5 meg ohm pot, the wiper of which was tied to a 1N459 diode with the cathode end grounded, and then a 6.2 meg ohm resistor, all that tied to the minus 500 volt bus with a 0.15 microfarad 600 volt capacitor. My solution, seeing as the chassis was taken from me, was to build a chassis that has all of the Q circuits, the horizontal and vertical red, blue, green width circuits, as well as the overall horizontal and vertical size circuits, all built on a 19-inch rack mountable panel. So yeah, the fact that you had to build your own circuit, I appreciate the effort that you have gone into to make this as close to original as possible, because I also had to put the 120 volt yellow test points on, as well as all the neon light bulbs that indicate 120 volts and plus 360 and plus 280 and whatnot. So my preference would be, yes, the C version. And I recall being out there in Ohio and seeing the circuits that had the camera heads that had the three red, blue, greens on one side and red, blue, green on the other side. And I thought that was kind of less than intuitive design.
Chuck Conrad probably has one of those cameras in his collection.
In fact, we have 2. I was just going to mention, somebody mentioned serial number 40. I think we have serial number 40. It's a TK41A. We have a C also. The C, I don't know the serial number, and it's pretty complete. I think we might be able to get it to work. The TK41A It's been gutted pretty badly. It's basically a really nice display piece. I got it from ETF, in fact, many years ago. And I've actually been contemplating putting a CCD camera inside the thing and trying to figure out how to make the original viewfinder, which is complete, actually work. That's a whole, one of those pie in the sky projects. I'm just kind of wondering if anybody knows where number 40 came from originally, because that would be kind of cool to know, because we didn't know. Any ideas?
Can't help you there, but
well, somebody mentioned they had used serial number 40 somewhere.
This is Chris Hill. At University of Michigan Medical Television, we had a very early 41, and I think it was like 41 was the serial number, 43, something like that. It was
okay.
It was a very low number, and it didn't have this panel that you've been commenting about. I don't know how you could tell or not. The only updates to the head were the dichroic mirrors were taken out, and the yokes were changed out for the precision yokes. There was an ingenue zoom lens on it, and the turret was a little bit on the bent side down, but we had it tied up with a cable to keep it from bending.
Well, the turret on ours is actually in good shape. It has a prism in the thing for the optics, and that's about it. The three yokes are missing. So that it's probably never going to work as a camera again, at least not an original one. But it's a great display piece, and people enjoy looking at it at the museum. And our other TK41, which is a C, which has a zoom lens on it, and we have the racks full of equipment and everything. It might be, I'm real sure it's restorable. I hope we get around to doing that. I'm not sure exactly when, because the list of projects seems to exceed the amount of time available to mess with some of this stuff.
All you do is send Charlena down for a little visit.
Yeah, well, that's it. She could come on down. We'll feed you lunch just any old time. But we got a couch upstairs and there's a shower, so come on to Texas.
Not to toot.
Charlene, I want to ask a question. What was the #1 most difficult task of that restoration?
Wow, I'm glad you asked that question. The biggest problem I had was the crack. This thing would not stay repaired. I will restore it, come back the next week on my update from work, and something else will be wrong. I will be working on that problem. While I'm working on that problem, something else will go wrong. This was the biggest problem of the whole system. The encoder came through with flying colors. They did have I think the OP4s or OP3s, OP2s, but these were like back into Zener in a way, but they had the original Zeners. And when I looked at the cost of it, it was just like no way. So I went back to the O2 system. And this thing has been working with no problem, the project, going on for about 3 years now with no problem. The next biggest problem, the next difficulty in building this Control-IO controller, it's a 3 cable. The camera is a single cable unit. I had to come up with a system to convert from serial to parallel, then back to serial, basically. This is the 3 cables coming from or going to the controller. It's going through this setup here. A black strip connector for green, blue, and red. And I'm going from parallel and convert it to serial. And here's a serial that goes.
Good Lord.
that was a headache.
Congratulations.
And the thing about it, I had to check every single wire. I think it's about 300 wires I need to get. And I had to document where they were going. I had to take continuity tests for every single pin. There could not be any mistakes. If there was one mistake, I would throw all the tubes or one tube or whatever. So this was a nightmare trying to build this.
You were very dedicated.
So
Congratulations.
I had the blocks here. I didn't want to go with this method to do the voltages, the voltage distribution. So I worked at transmitter. So we had a transmitter on Mount Wilson, California. That it was an old diamond transmitter. And I saw these blocks. I said, you know what? That's the answer. I'll use the blocks to do the distribution for the AC and also for the DC. The one at the bottom is the AC for all the chassis and the camera, and the top one is for the 280 volt distribution. And you just push the wire in. This here. You push the screwdriver in this little slide in the middle, and then you put the wire in, and it's over and done.
Another question for you, Charlena.
Uh-huh.
The original RCA method had a set of terminal blocks at there was a phenolic cover that you took 2 screws and put on the back, and there was also a variac back there to compensate for the cable lengths, so that you could get 115 volts out at or 120. Oh, there it is, right there.
Yeah, those were bought from Apex in California, Sun Valley, California. As you can see here, I live in California, and Edison power is usually all over the place. I don't have a AC voltage regulator. So you can see it here. Today it was around a little above 120. Now you can see it tonight where it is. So I have very, very the variation of power is really bad in this area. So I had to use this is the main one that controls the AC voltage going to the chassis. This is my I constantly have to watch this meter. I cannot go over 2 volts or it will start acting a little weird. So I have to stay with, I keep it around between 120 or 121 or, plus or minus 1 or 119. This is how much current is pulling without the camera gate being on. When the camera gate is on, it's just under 8 amps. Also, I'm very tight on the filament voltage. This here controls, this is the camera control for the filament, the voltage AC to the transformer. I have another, this is a regular resistor load, and that controls the filament, and that's going to be to the encoder. And also I make modifications where I can check now and then where's the filament voltage is sitting.
Yeah, at our installation, we made a mistake once, and we couldn't figure out why the camera quit because somebody had pulling the cable had turned the variac, which had the 117 out the head,
Yes.
and you couldn't get it to work as a result.
Uh-huh.
One of the things is, does it have a TV81 connector on the bottom of the camera head, or is
It does. It actually does, and I was surprised because I could have made a 3-cable unit without using this converter, but this right here is where I don't know if you can see that. Yeah, that's where the camera cable goes into the single, and it goes in here. Then it splits off into 3.
Okay, so it actually did have a TV81 connector on the head. Typically, the ones that I've seen where they use TV81, there was a octopus that you could buy that would take TV81, split it into the three, what were they, 33 pin, 33 conductor, black and white cables, or whatever they were. And then,
24.
okay, sorry, I don't remember that part of it. And then you would connect it to the control panel, and you could do that at the camera head also, depending on. So this definitely is a C if it's got the that or NBC modified it to that.
Charlena, where did you get your camera and how long has your project been?
Okay, the camera head with the viewfinder plus the encoder and the I/O box came later, and the program all came from Chuck Paris, and including the power supply, also the focus regulator, the focus current regulator, the focus voltage regulator. So those came from Chuck Paris. The actual Western Electric chassis or rack mount came from Apex and Sun Valley.
And how long have you been working on it from the start?
For 10 years. Matter of fact, this November will be exactly 10 years.
Holy Hannah.
Yeah, it was because what's taking so long is to gathering up all the parts. The racks, the I/O came much later, about 4 years later. The I/O controller came up. The camera cable itself came up 7 years down the road. So it's like bits and pieces kept coming in, but very slowly.
Unbelievable.
Thank God for things like eBay, because a lot of this stuff 20, 30 years ago just wasn't, it could have been available, but how would you have known about it? I've only been able to myself collect RCA gear because of eBay.
Yeah, it came from several sources. Chuck Paris, eBay for sure. We have like in California, it's called OfferUp. Some of it came from them. Some of them came up from Mount Wilson, where I worked the transmitter as the Apex. Also, the museum in Boston, they provided me the connector that goes in back of the serial to parallel box, the converter box, where the single camera cable connects it into. So it was just various sources all over the place.
Did you have a day job while you were doing all of this?
Yes, I had actually, during that time, I was working 2 8-hour jobs at the time. So the only time I had during that period was on a Saturday.
Amazing.
Yeah, certainly is, Charlena. That's really impressive. Do we have anything more for Charlena, or should we move on and see if anybody has any other topics they want to talk about?
I would like to congratulate Charlena on the design of that octopus, the 81 to 3 by 24 pin old RCA black and white format camera cable. That's phenomenal work there. That you had to be incredibly detail oriented to get that correct.
Well, I have to say I'm impressed.
That's what I love about this group. It makes me feel inadequate in so many different ways.
Know how she did one wire at a time.
I don't think I'd have the time.
That's how they say you eat a bus too. One bite at a time.
Mhm.
Well, Chuck would know about buses.
Well, they take 10 years too. So that's how long the telecruiser took to get to fruition. So a lot of this stuff just takes patience. And I've wired a bunch of audio snakes that were 81 pins, actually some that were more than that. And it is a mind-numbing job. So trying to make a breakout from a 81 pin TV 81 to the black and white things, that's not for the faint of heart, at least. I mean, so Charlene, you did a great job, and I'm really glad you got a camera that works. I mean, you're the first one on record that's had one of these things that actually works and forever, I guess. So that's terrific.
Are there any other? There's no other working ones in the world right now, are there?
I don't believe so. I think yours is the only one. There's a couple other people that are working on them, but I don't think there's any that actually really work.
Hey, Ballard did have one.
If anybody knows of any leads on TK41 81, 82, what is it, 82 pin connector cables, the guy in Pittsburgh would really like to have one, no matter how short it was. It's very difficult to connect that control panel directly to the camera head without a cable.
Chuck Ferris may have some of the cables. That be the first guy I'd asked about. And then I'd also call Paul Beck at the Museum of Broadcast Technology up in Woonsocket, and they may too. Those would be my first two choices. But Chuck is actually has decided to sell stuff. For a long time, I used to joke that Chuck was kind of like the Roach Motel for TV cameras, that the cameras go in but they never leave. But now they're leaving. He's decided he wants to retire and move to Florida. So he has a lot of stuff. I don't know if any of you have been to his place, but it's got a lot of stuff. So even though he sold a lot of it. So
yeah, I've seen
did you see what the people did to his equipment once they got it? Once he sold it off?
Well, which equipment? Some of it's well preserved. Some of it's.
He had a number of cameras, and apparently, from what I understand, they gutted the heads and put in CCD camera imaging devices so that they could turn TK10s into high definition 16:9 imaging devices.
Yeah, that's a prop house in Atlanta that got those. And they have a huge collection of stuff, and they've modified them to work at 24 frames per second, so you can use them for film, for shooting movies, to be used in a movie and not flickering and stuff. I'm not sure if those cameras were much more than the shell to begin with, though. A lot of this stuff, when you get it, it's been sitting out on a transmitter site somewhere, and people have been stealing parts off of it forever. And it's almost a heroic restoration to make some of this stuff work. So while I'd prefer to see it actually working the way it really is, some of the stuff, I know we've got a lot of stuff that's just impossible to make. Like our TK41A, it'd be just incredible to make the thing go back together and work. But I can see putting the CCD camera on the thing and restoring the monitor to where it will work. So you would have a picture on it, the viewfinder. I could see doing that without screwing it up so bad that it couldn't ever be put back if somebody had the yokes and all the optics. But when the optics are gone, you're pretty dead. So sometimes you do what you can.
I beg to have the optics.
Well, people ripped them out and threw them away, or I don't know what they did with them, frankly. But I know the one we got doesn't have any. So, what are you going to do at that point?
I'm enjoying seeing Carla's notes there.
This is documentation the stereo to the stereo converter. And this is all the steps that had to be checked. There's like beam, horizontal drive, multi-focus voltage. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. And this for a red, green, and blue. This is the other one. I believe this one is green. This is the green one. So the documentation.
Well, these things are hugely complicated to begin with, and they weren't all that reliable when they were brand new. I know there's a book that's kind of fun to read called Texas Takes to the Air, and it talks about how WBAP in Fort Worth, Texas, was the second station to get color cameras from RCA. The first ones went to WKY in Oklahoma City, and the fellow who owned the TV station, who was owned the local newspaper as well, Eamon Carter, had decided he was going to do a 24-hour all-color broadcast and for their first day with color. And RCA sent some engineers down, and they're going, we can't make this stuff work for more than an hour or two back at Camden. God help you trying to do a 24-hour all-color TV show. And it goes on to describe how they were, changing tubes and, rebuilding stuff right there. They have one camera on the air while the other camera is being fixed. Apparently it was quite a day, and some ended up in black and white anyway because they just didn't work. We take a lot for granted today when your cell phone makes a picture that is just absolutely incredible. Actually, it's pretty amazing that right now you can see me and I can see you on the internet. So a lot has changed.
I'll offer a thought too. I certainly don't have any real engineering technical chops, but we have a TK10 in our museum, and it is 100% complete. So someday maybe, but in the meantime, one of the guys took a tiny little pinhole camera and mounted it on the exterior of the camera, and not one of the people who has ever come through the museum has seen it. They think it works. So totally reversible.
Yeah, nothing really wrong with that. We've got a TK11 that I've thought about doing the same thing. It is complete. We have everything, cables, everything. If somebody wants to change a whole bunch of capacitors sometime and check every resistor in the thing, we probably could make it work. And it's finding time to do that. But a lot of people, in fact, I went on the NBC studio tour that's in Rockefeller Center. Is pretty interesting. They've got a TK11/31 out there, and they've done the same thing. They got a little pinhole camera, a little box below the thing. You could take it off real easy. It wouldn't be a big deal. They took the CRT out of the viewfinder, and it's got an LCD screen that they slid in there. I'm sure it's one that goes in the back of your headrest on a car or something. But that makes it really quick and visually stimulating. It gets people interested. If you're coming to a museum or something like the NBC studio tour, it gets people interested in this stuff. And I think that's as important as anything, because if nobody's ever interested in this anymore, this is just a whole bunch of inanimate objects that only a few of us will think are really cool. And when we're all gone, maybe the next generation won't think they're all that cool. So,
are you sure that book is called Texas Takes to the Air? Because I cannot find anything by that name.
I think that's what it's called. Pretty sure. I don't know that's in press, still in print. I know we've got a copy of it, and it's a fascinating read.
There's no mention of anything like that. I looked up second station with a color camera and all that. Nothing comes up.
I don't know. I'll have to look. Maybe next month I'll find the copy. I know we have it at the museum, whatever it's called, but that's what I thought it was called anyway.
Okay.
If you can find a copy, though, it's a good read. It's interesting.
This is a working TK11/31, and it's working. The problem I had with this one when I first started was power supplies and video clamping problems, because they have a really weird circuit and the video path, but it works. I turn the tube cameras on at least once or twice a month, and by doing that method, I've never had any problems out of them.
That one looks very nice, at least cosmetically. We have the power supply on ours repaired. it needed recapping, obviously, and somebody had done some butchering inside the thing and had, rather than bus fuses on the fuse holders, somebody had stuck a fuse block inside that looks like it came out of somebody's house that used 20 amp cartridge fuses. I have no idea why somebody would do that, but they did. But our power supply is good, but I don't know about the CCU or the camera head itself, but they're pretty straightforward. At least you can get to all the components. That's the good news.
Yeah, the ripple on these power supplies is like incredible. The ripple was extremely low to a point where I couldn't even measure it. And this was under a load of the full load of the system.
I understand there's a transformer in those that has a tendency to go bad, and that's a real fun-filled project if it's bad. I don't know if ours is good, bad, or indifferent. We're currently working on a TK1 monoscope camera that we're trying to get working, and it has a bad transformer in it, and that's becoming quite an adventure.
Is that the one with the test, or the tube has a test graphic on it, or?
It's a monoscope camera that does the Indian head test pattern.
Yes, that's it. Okay. How's the tube on it? The tube on the.
We don't know, but we do have a spare tube, so. I'm curious just to get it working because it came from a TV station. Somebody gave it to me at a broadcasters convention, Texas Association of Broadcasters convention. We took it out of the trunk of his car and put it in the trunk of my car, and we've never powered it up. So I don't know what station it has, because they would custom build the tubes and put your call letters on it. I think that may be pretty interesting all by itself. Be quite the reward for getting it to work. We hope to get it working in the next month or two. We're making
the 2F21. The 2F21 was the generic Indian head test pattern, and the 2D something or other was the custom tube that you could order with your own graphics.
Well, we think this one has your own graphic, but with Indian head test pattern. And Chuck Ferris used to own the original artwork for those. He was trying to sell it. He tried to sell it to me, and I said, well, I can't afford that.
What does he want for it?
And I think he wanted $10,000 for it, as I recall. At any rate, one of the benefactors for our museum bought it and is going to loan it to us. So we're going to do a display with the original artwork and a monoscope camera with a RCA vintage monitor and waveform monitor and stuff as a display. And so that's one of our big projects right now. We don't know when he's going to bring us the artwork, but we saw it a few months ago. He came through town and showed it to us and said he was going to go get it framed and have it, preserved, with acid-free paper and so on, so it wouldn't get any worse. I think that's going to be kind of cool. I was really surprised how small the actual artwork was. It's really about 8.5 by 11 or something. I thought it was going to be much bigger than that.
You got the watercolor of the Indian too?
Yeah, it's a watercolor of the Indian head and the whole resolution chart.
Chuck, did you find
actually several versions of it? So,
did you find a transformer for your TK1?
We are working on using something out of a Heathkit oscilloscope to do the job of the transformer.
Yeah, that should work. We did the same solution, Jay Ballard. I sent him a Heathkit scope transformer, and he put it in their TK1, and that worked fine.
Well, that's what we're doing too. And somebody and it may be Jay actually who recommended the Heathkit. And we found somebody one day wandered in with a Heathkit scope that seemed to have the right transformer. It needs about 1100 volts, as I recall, something like that. So the rest of it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's just mounting it. So that's exactly the voltages you need, I think.
Yeah, it's just figuring out how to mount it. And in fact, today, a couple of our volunteers were busy cutting metal pieces up to try and mount the thing. So hopefully, we're not metalsmiths, unfortunately, and it leaves a giant hole if you don't have something in there. But they're working on it, so we'll see what happens.
Hey guys, I want to show something before we forget about the camera, the color camera, because we were talking about dichroic mirrors, and it didn't sound like everybody understood exactly what a dichroic mirror was. And so I have one here I can really quickly demonstrate for you. It's these glasses. You see how they reflect blue light? But if I put it, Oh, somebody's interrupted my video. But if I put it right up to the camera, you can see it's the orange light that transmits through, but it's the blue light that reflects off of it. So this would be a lot like the dichroic mirror that separates the blue light for the camera. So that the blue light would reflect it over to the blue tube, and the red and green light would transmit right through like this. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was neat.
Good demonstration. And simple too. I may have to
Yeah.
use that myself.
So if you ever see somebody walking around with glasses like this, you'll know right away it's a dichroic mirror.
Well, folks, I think I'm going to sign off just because I haven't eaten dinner and I've been eating chips and salsa, which isn't exactly the healthiest thing in the world to do. It's almost 9 o'clock my time, and that's past my dinner time. So
Thank you,
it's been
Chuck.
fascinating.
Yeah.
Hope everybody has a great week or month or whatever, and I'll see you next time.
And same for me. I'm going to be logging off. And thank you, everybody, for participating. It was a great meeting. I think we're going to keep it open for however long. So everybody have a good night.
You too. It was nice meeting everybody.
Okay, this is Chuck Azar. We were going to talk about stuff that I have got to get rid of and other people may want. Pre-50 TVs, a lot of 3-inch pilots, 7-inch.
I could use a pilot with a good picture tube in it.
What's that?
I could use a pilot with a good picture tube in it.
Oh yeah, I have pilots with green tubes, pilots with white tubes, pilots with no tubes. So in other words, a tube's worth $200. So, you know, you can buy them where you want to buy them. But I just have to get rid of all the stuff. And I've got a lot of pre-50 TV sets and tools, test equipment. And anybody can get a hold of me. Probably the easiest way is phone, 267-261-5263. I'd like to get together with probably the clubs around here that I'm involved with have very few TV collectors, and I don't have any radios. I'm all TV. So
what was the number again?
267-261-5263.
5263. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
What's that?
I'm trying to remember what your name was.
Oh, Chuck Azar.
Chuck Azar.
A-Z-A-R.
Chuck, you live really close to me, so you're going to hear from me soon.
And I'm in New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's really
New
close.
Hope. I'm Pittsburgh, which is probably the other side of the state.
Not that far away, you know. I'm right at the New Jersey border.
Okay.
Oh.
What time?
I'm at the Ohio border.
Yeah, I know.
Here in an hour. I'll be there by 11 o'clock. Just kidding.
But anyhow, it's just a lot of stuff that I have to get rid of because nobody else knows anything about what it is even in the family. So, and I cannot use it because I can't even get out to my workshop anymore. So anyhow, if anybody's interested, just give me a call. I'll be happy to tell them what I've got. I'll try to work on a list and do some pictures too, but I just haven't had time to do that or the ability to.
I tried to take a picture of my list with his phone. I don't know if anybody saw it. But
you can send a picture of that phone number. My address, my email address is cazar@irvm.com. If anybody wants to send pictures, they can do it with CAZAR@IRVM, like Victor Mary.com. And they can send it by message or messenger as well.
Okay.
I don't do much on Facebook, but that's the best way to get a hold of me is phone or message or messenger or email.
Okay.
Is Mark A2J2X still out there? Mark, you had
Yes.
a question about an RCA TK63?
Yes.
I'm not sure I saw the same thing I did, but it was just like within the last 24 hours on eBay.
Right.
I saw a list for a TK63 manual.
Right. Yeah, I was intrigued with that because I'd never heard of that before. And I wasn't familiar with the fact that there was an RCA manufacturing operation in Canada. So it's a whole nother area of research and interest. The picture
Well,
certainly
actually,
looked like a 60.
It's basically a 60. It appears that they have some advancements like orbiters on it. But yeah, there was an RCA Canada, which eventually became, I'm trying to remember the name of the manufacturer, but they actually had their own, Larkan. Larkan was the RCA. Yeah, they became, they were RCA Canada.
Okay. Huh.
Yeah. So if you happen to have I think the guy on wants like $29 or $39 for that TK63 manual, which I've already got a 60 and a 60A and a 60B manual. I don't need another one, but I'd be curious to share any information with you once if you happen to decide to buy that.
I certainly don't need one either, but it intrigues me, and it, just something I'd never heard of up to this point.
About a year or two ago, I was looking through the Canadian broadcasting magazines that they put out. I think they're on the what is it, World Radio or something. There's a site that's got all that, and I found that ad for it. And that's where I learned about a 63, and I had a thing in the old VTR forum about that, a post about that. It was basically just a 60 made in Canada. The orbiter was included in the 60, so that didn't matter. It was a 4.5-inch IO, standard stuff.
I thought maybe that they modified it so it would work well on the 25 hertz power. But I think by that time, maybe that wasn't an issue anymore.
Canada never had 25 hertz around here because they went back and forth across the Detroit River with power. By the way, Canada is south of Detroit. Well, due south through the tunnel to get to Canada. The only spot where you're south of U.S.
25 was just around Niagara Falls, right?
I think that's right.
Maybe Grand Island is a little bit, but it's really big time because if you hold up your hand, here's the thumb and here's Canada that comes underneath it.
Yeah. Yeah, I had no idea. Something the other day, and it had different capacitor values for 60 hertz and 25 hertz. And it took me a long time to understand what the hell it was talking about.
Hey, Chuck, I remember your little soldering session a few years ago at the Hilliard Convention. It was a lot of fun watching you solder away.
That was nice. I enjoyed it. I'm glad somebody else watched it and enjoyed it too.
Yeah, I was in the first row.
Okay.
Very good.
Let me throw this question out there for Charlena. You still on?
Yes, I'm still on.
I would like to, if I may, ask for your contact information for, I've got 3 projects. I've got a TK1, a TK60, and a TK41 that I'm working on. So it would be good to to share information, share knowledge with somebody of your stature that clearly is very capable.
I just put my email on the chat log.
Did you, girl? There you are. Hey, not just to share with you, but to share with the group at some point. I'd like to throw out some photographs of them. I think I'd mentioned earlier that Steve McVoy had sold a TK60 on eBay years ago, maybe 5 years ago, which I bought. And it's a back burner project compared to the 41. And the 60 will have its pedestal. The 41 doesn't even have an actual cabinet for the head. But it's been that project's been sitting on in my basement since 1977. So I want to. I've been waiting for anybody to sell me a head cabinet so that I can get the optics. And I've hit age 62. I've realized that I'm never going to see a cabinet with optics with either dichroic filters or red, blue, green filters. And at least I want to turn this thing into a TK41 test jig, which has included me creating the control panel, and I intend to make this thing work before I die. Then I'll move to the 61 and the TK1 and make them all work. But I would like to share information with you.
Did you say you're looking for an optical block?
I'm sorry, I couldn't set out.
I'm sorry. Did you say you were looking for an optical block?
I'm looking for an optical block. I would love to have an entire empty head because I've got the yokes, I've got the preamps, I've got the vertical and horizontal deflection chassis, I've got the viewfinder, and I've just taken all those plots. You probably are familiar with the that stacked attenuator that's got 3 layers of attenuation, 2 circuits for both the red and the blue, horizontal yoke compensation. I've got all that mounted on a 19-inch rack-mountable panel so that I can mount that and the vertical and horizontal deflection chassis so that I can make this test jig work, so that I can at least see if I can make an image out of these image orthicons. It'll never be able to go through a color plexer, but at least I would like to make it test jig.
A few meetings back, I think it was in April or May, somewhere in there, Chuck Harris had an optical block. He has one, but I don't know if he still has it. You may want to check with him.
Charlena, I wish you would work on your audio so we can hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry about the audio. I have a box that converts the audio to USB, and it broke down on me. So I'm actually using the camera microphone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was having real difficulties understanding your audio.
I had the same problem. The audio is poor. I don't know whether it acts like it's just a bad mic.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Charlena, if you are near some fans, the audio will get degraded because of Zoom attempting to cancel the fan noise. So the further away you can be from fan noise, the clearer Zoom will allow your audio to be.
Well, Charlene needs to be closer to her microphone.
Okay, well, I'll shut down the unit because there's several fans on the camera head and also the rack. So give me a second and I'll shut down everything.
Hey, Wayne, that's a really cool setup behind you there with that, not only the Image Orthicon, but the Iconoscope camera tube behind you.
Thank you. The stand was made by a friend of mine who does woodworking for a hobby. And at some point, fortunately, not while doing that, he cut off part of his thumb.
Oh, no.
Mm-mm.
I hear you say he cut off part of his thumb?
Yeah.
Oh,
And,
no.
Yeah, he went to the hospital with it, and they stitched it back on. And the doctor asked if he was a smoker. And he said, no. Why do you want to know that? The doctor said, non-smoker, 85% chance of it being restored. Smoker, 15% chance of it being restored.
It's terrible.
Well, in case I ever cut my thumb off, I'll make sure I'm not smoking in advance.
This is Chuck Azar. I guess I'm going to leave now. Unless somebody needs something from me or some information. But enjoyed this evening. And thanks for the great presentation on the camera. It's unbelievable amount of work and patience you must have to get it to this point.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. So is my audio a little better?
A little.
A little less choppy.
I have everything shut down in the lab.
Okay. Well, I guess I'm gonna go and I want to say again, I'm very impressed with that whole camera.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I have some other information on the color separation. You know, Technicolor used 3 film strips in the camera, and their original design was not a dichroic filter. It was a partially silver or gold plated mirror. And as a result, it was very inefficient. And the ISO rating for the original Technicolor was about 5. You know, so on your camera, your film camera or your digital camera today, usually the lowest ISO rating is about 100. But Technicolor eventually went to dichroic mirrors around the 1950 or so, which along with some improved film stock rates their ISO to about 15.
The restorations of Technicolor into digital files is absolutely incredible. The color is beautiful.
Yeah, not only the color, but the registration of the layers in The Adventures of Robin Hood. they can see details in Maid Marian's costume that nobody knew were there. Like she actually has gold thread in the costume, and you couldn't see it in the original prints, but it's visible now.
That's amazing.
The dichroic mirrors for the TK40 and TK41 were designed by a female engineer at RCA, Mary Widdop, and she has the definitive paper on the design of the mirrors for the color separation, and the paper was published as part of the NTSC information by IEEE and also by SMPTE. But in the paper that I put together, which I referenced in the chat, I had used her curves, her spectral curves for the mirrors, along with the curves for the specified trimming filters to show how RCA made a mistake at first in the color rendition of the experimental cameras, and in I believe it was late 1949, they made a correction to the green channel because the demonstrations that they gave prior to that correction, the flesh tones looked orangey, too reddish. And it's because the green channel didn't have enough response to skin tones. But that became part of the war with CBS, because people saw that demonstration and said, well, the RCA color is no good. The faces look sunburned.
It's funny, though, that, RCA, after the 41, they came out with the 42 and 43 series with the four imaging devices. They had the 4.5-inch IO for the mono channel, and then they had 3 1-inch Vidicons for the red, blue, and green channels. Yet they had several major studios that still insisted on the TK40, including whoever shot the Lawrence Welk show. They kept making upgrades to the 40, including the solid state preamplifiers, because the 41 and the 42 and 43 just didn't seem to render color as well as the 41 rather.
Yeah, I've heard that some people like the 42 color edition, but if you look back through the technical papers, RCA essentially published a paper about the TK42, explaining that the errors were not too bad. It's a laugh when you think about it, but the problem was that the camera is feeding an RGB picture tube, and and developing the correct RGB for that tube. A picture tube should come from 3 separate RGB pickup tubes and not a separate luminance tube. And so the problem is some of the colors got washed out because the luminance was higher than it should have been.
I agree. I had the good fortune to be hired by WJAC TV in Johnstown in 1976. WJAC had a TK 26, which was a 3 Vidicon film chain. They had a TK7, which was a 4 Vidicon camera chain, with the monotube being a 1.5-inch Vidicon and the 3 red, blue, and green channels being 1-inch Vidicons. And the TK27 with the 4 channels never looked as good as the really, it must have been a 1950s variant of the TK26. And whenever they finally decided to get rid of the 26, they brought in a 28, the 28, which was again a 3 Vidicon. They had run the gamut with that 4 tube system, and they went back to 3 Vidicons, and a 28 just looked so beautiful. I was hired to run Sunday night programming, and I would argue with the chief engineer and the fellow who was running video at the time. I said, let's please run the Sunday night movie on the 3 Vidicon system on the 28, because it just looks so much better. And after a couple of phone calls to the management, they decided to start running the movies on the 3 Vidicon system because it just looked so much more realistic than the old 27 with the 4 channels.
One of the things that RCA was attempting to do with the 4.5-inch IO and the 1.5-inch Vidicon was to get the sharpness up in the luminance channel. The CBS had not invented the image enhancer at that point, and as a result, there just was not the snap to the 3 Vidicon type system, and that was their attempt. I understand one of the problems with the 42 series, 42/43, was that the tracking of the Orthicon with its knee was different than the tracking of the 3 Vidicons because they didn't have a knee, and it got real difficult to make really good pictures. And I think that's why Philips was a success. And then the image enhancer came out and really made the PC60 and then the PC70 pretty much the standard. Now, Lawrence Welk did change over to the PC70s at one point because there's that one in the Woonsocket Museum. And it was just that they couldn't figure out how to get the snap out of the picture. They wanted a nice, sharp picture, and that's why they did that. And I think it's called the Livingston effect, where when you take the luminance channel as separate, and then you have RGB, when you encode it all, colorplex it for RCA because they had their own term, and then when you go to decode it, it doesn't exactly track like it did originally because you have a different method of decoding it, and that was called the Livingston effect. Am I correct in that?
I believe you are.
I don't remember that term, but you are describing the phenomenon precisely. And And a lot of it is because the luminance tube is combining red, green, and blue before gamma correction, whereas the picture tube has gamma characteristic in each individual color. And so a 3-tube camera would have gamma correction in each individual color and therefore match the picture tube. And
Well,
the
you can
4-tube camera has a problem because the saturated colors get too much luminance and get washed out.
Well, you can do gamma correction on the luminance channel. There was gamma correction
Yes,
in the ProCamp modules of the
right,
27. So you can set the gammas all the same. It's just
but think about it. The saturated red in a 3-tube camera is producing a luminance that is 30% to the gamma power. So it's actually like 9% if you look at the monochrome picture. And in the receiver, when the chroma signal is added back to that luminance, it brings the red to 100% and it brings the brightness to 30% where it should be. In the 4-tube camera, the luminance is 30% before going to the gamma correctors, so it gets boosted to something like 40 or 50%. And it shouldn't be there.
Well, that makes perfect sense. That explains entirely why the 4 imaging device TK27 never looked as good as its predecessor, either the TK26, even though it didn't have the circuit that created the detail. What's it called again?
image enhancer.
Image enhancer. Thank you. The integrator circuit, or the TK28, which did have it. And the TK28 was a beautiful camera.
RCA for the TK42 series invented a video processor that attempted to look at the Vidicon outputs, compare them to the I/O output, and if they didn't agree, they would limit the luminance level from the I/O. And it was just a non-linear mess.
I can believe it. I can believe it. Yeah, and the WJAC used to use 2 TK42 all year round, and then come late August, they would fire up their TK41s for a high school competition scholastic quiz. And it was embarrassing that these 20-year-old cameras looked better than the TK42s for this scholastic quiz. It took a couple of weeks to get them warmed up and check all the tubes and make sure that the color plexers were balanced and I and Q were still 90 degrees apart and whatnot, but it was an eye opener for a boy at age 17 then.
Well, don't forget that RCA wasn't the only 4-tube color camera manufacturer. You had General Electric with the PE 250, 350 series, and they made better pictures than the RCA camera. And part of that was because all 4 tubes were Plumicons and they were all had the same transfer characteristics. versus you were trying to create a transfer characteristic of an orthicon and a set of Vidicons and match them. Whereas in GE, they would match because all four had the same transfer characteristics. So I think it was more a choice of the tubes they were trying to create detail and sharpness and compromised in colorimetry.
That would make sense. I had never had.
The other important thing about going to Blumicons is they all of the channels, whether 3 or 4, had a linear transfer, which meant, and were low noise, which meant you could do color matrixing and get the saturation and luminance correct before hitting the gamma correction. And with the Vidicon telecines, that was kind of a tough thing to do because each Vidicon had its own gamma characteristic, and putting the matrix after the gamma characteristic could be a problem depending on what the color optics were. At Zenith, our Signal Studio had a Kohu telecine, and they did not do such a great job as a Vidicon telecine. And the problem with having a gamma curve in the Vidicons is that it affected the saturation of colors depending on what the particular color was. So the greens got desaturated and muddy looking, and the reds and blues and purples were emphasized. And that was a problem. And of course, Vidicons also suffered from shading and black current. And if you look at tapes or CDs today of material that was transferred with Vidicon telecines, it's obviously lower quality than later stuff that was transferred with a flying spot or CCD. So, for example, the Rocky and Bullwinkle cartoons, which I love, have pretty terrible color shading in that, because they were transferred for the home video on obviously on a Vidicon telecine.
May I ask a simple question? Why did they need IQ transform? Like, why did they have that second transform? Was it to reduce the number of channels they need? I mean, color core data they needed. Like, was that another step to reducing how many channels they needed to transmit the color?
It's not the number of channels. You always need 3.
Yeah.
But the thing is that the I channel could be made wideband without crosstalk between I and Q, and experiments, psychophysical experiments had determined that for fine color detail, you could not distinguish between a purplish red or an orangish, yellowish red, and they determined that the color axis with the greatest resolution in the eye was the eye axis, say orange-red axis. I suspect that that was not entirely true because if of two reasons. First of all, if you look at natural scenes, there is a lot typically of eye axis color, browns and cyans, and in fact, you can make a reasonable, acceptable two-color TV system that only has orange and cyan and no greens or purples.
I see.
That's one reason. The other reason is that skin tone is on the eye axis. So if you want to avoid having strange color transients on people's faces, it's a good idea to make the eye axis be skin tone.
Right. So they tried to give effectively more bandwidth to what people could recognize easily, and less to, other things. Sea color could be blue or a little bit greenish blue. It didn't matter as much.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it was an early form of compression, really, wasn't it? Of sorts. It was like analog.
The whole NTSC system was a form of compression in terms of leaving out information that you hopefully wouldn't notice was missing.
Yeah. So in the NTSC system, there is negative modulation, right? So the brighter the scene, the lower the signal, because, okay. So there's like, in the French system, it is the other way around, because I have a French TV. It's taking me forever to figure out how I'm going to make it work. For some reason, they did it that way. They have positive modulation.
Yeah,
but
and I think the
PAL.
I think the British 405 line system was positive also, if I recall correctly.
What about VCRs? Are they positive or negative?
I'm sorry, say again?
VCRs, videotape recorders, are they positive modulation or negative modulation?
I don't think there's a particular polarity tied to VCRs. I mean, their RF output has to be standard for whatever system. And on the tape, it's FM modulation. So then the question is white higher frequency or lower frequency?
White is higher. White is higher.
White is higher on tape.
7 megahertz is basically sync. 10 megahertz is white for high band. It's a hair off of that. No, I think the question was really when you do a color under system, like in a VHS or beta or 3/4, you take the color information, separate it from the luminance, and then you convert it down to an FM signal that is recorded on the tape as a pilot, and it's covered from that. And I can't tell you what the modulation characteristics. I'd have to go look it up. It's in the other room.
Oh, you mean the modulation of the color under? The color under signal is AM. It's simply a heterodyne version of the chroma subcarrier. And that's all it is.
688 on kilohertz on 3/4 tape.
Right?
One of the other types of things, speaking of film and cameras, is that Ferenczi did it a little bit differently. They used a wide channel and a red and a blue. And wide channel gave them the luminance signal, so they didn't have any registration errors. And then the red and blue, and in the matrix scene, which you do with RGB, anyway, they already had the white, so they took red and blue as subtracted it to get the green for the encoding purposes. But they already had the white channel so that they could maintain the sharpness and not have to worry about registration errors. That was one of the problems with 3-tube systems. Now, I think one of the things that we all should remember is that basically you got out of the back of the camera 3 cables, a red, a green, and a blue, and then it went off to an encoder, and whatever you fed into the encoder was that, and everything had to be done, be processed, corrected, before it left those 3 cables so that you could encode it.
Right, right.
Yeah, in terms of cameras using luminance, red and blue versus red, green, and blue, with the Blumicon cameras, that became kind of a gray area because of the fact that they can matrix the exact color rendition that they wanted. They actually started designing the prism blocks for maximum efficiency and not worrying about the color because they could matrix, well, at least not so much, because they could matrix it down to the correct red, green, and blue afterwards. So
Right.
if that middle wavelength channel was wider and closer to luminance, it was a nice thing to take detail out of there. So you have people talking about detail out of green. That was the term that was used.
Right. Interesting. No, I have recently acquired an interesting piece of equipment, which is a Akai black and white video recorder from the late 60s. It records on quarter-inch ordinary audio tape. And the seller, it came from a studio in the Netherlands. And the seller said it works fine, and it seems to work. It came with a tape, and I've been working to get an image out of it, and I haven't been able to get anything out of it so far. And I was just wondering if the way I'm connecting it to my TV, which is expecting a, positive modulation or something in the video input, is seeing it in the opposite way, so that the what do you call them? The spikes that indicate the frame beginning.
Sync pulses.
Sync pulses are not working. So I gotta.
If you're talking about the baseband video,
yeah,
that is always positive. White is higher voltage, sync is lower voltage in all equipment.
Even domestic equipment, or is there a difference between domestic and professional equipment?
No, that's always the case. And,
right.
And the amplitude is 1 volt peak.
Right.
It's been that way for 50 years.
Are you connecting by video baseband, or are you connecting by TV modulator?
Video baseband. It's got video outputs in the back. It's got an audio output and a video output. Audio is linear. I could see it on the, it's a separate head. And then it's got a helical head for the video. And it came with a tape. So, before I did anything else, I just connected it, and I cannot get an image. So I'm just wondering whether, because on this French TV, to get an image, I actually connect the positive to the negative and negative to the positive, and I get a picture. It's not the greatest way of doing it because it's a live chassis and all that. But I wondered if I should try the same thing. This just arrived just recently. I haven't spent too much time on it, but it's an interesting device because I don't think there's a single other video recorder that records on ordinary, audio tape and quarter-inch too. Very easy to get.
I think Bing Crosby was the last person to try to do that.
Well, his was linear though, right? It was not a helical head.
No, it was linear.
Yeah,
Which
it had to run at a very
ridiculous, ridiculous linear tape speed.
Yeah, this is not like that. This records at least an hour or so on a regular 7-inch tape, and
so you have a pre-recorded tape that is supposed to work.
Yes, and I cannot get an image out of it. I just have to, I think, connect an oscilloscope and see what's coming out of it first.
Yeah, I think so.
It might be.
It could be. It could be something like the heads are clogged and you're just not getting anything.
Yeah, it's a very clean machine. I mean, it's obviously maintained in a studio. I don't know why they still had it, right? Because who needs a black and white video recorder from 1967? But the reason I'm trying to fix it, I'll tell you, it's kind of funny. In the late 70s, Sony had this system where they converted PCM from music into a video signal so that you could record it on a cassette player or anything, because they didn't have a way of recording digital music. They converted the PCM signal into a fake, false video signal. And I have that gadget here, and I can record 16-bit, 44.1 kilohertz digital music on any type of cassette. And I thought it'd be even more interesting if I could record on a reel-to-reel, because then I got suddenly a digital reel-to-reel. So that's why I'm trying to do this.
Uh-huh.
There is a manufacturer called Akai, A-K-A-I.
Yeah, that's them.
In Japan, and they made a quarter-inch videotape recorder.
This is it.
For
That's
home
what I
use.
have.
Now, the PCM, there was an interesting thing, a discussion about the 44.1 and 48 kilohertz. And to look at the structure of the PCM on the 44, you have to realize that it's the blanking intervals are not used as both horizontal and vertical. So there are some holes in that, but you can take care of it. But it may not be something simple to just record on your, I assume this is an Akai machine.
Yeah, it is. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, because I mean, we are getting distracted off TV subject, but this is amazing because on a beta cassette, I have an unused beta recorder. On a beta cassette, I can every week record 6 hours of the opera on Saturday. And it's amazing. Just one beta cassette records 8 hours of perfect PCM recording. And I don't know, it's just like another type of old technology. And I'm, if I could make this on the reel-to-reel, that would be interesting. But yes, my machine is that Akai that you just mentioned. It's very rare. I've only ever seen it on eBay once.
That's very interesting. I'd sure like to know how your progress goes.
Yes, I mean, just like everybody else on this channel, I have way too many projects, and so that's one more. I worked on it for a week, and then when I didn't get anywhere, I just put it aside and went back to other projects. So I'll have to pick it up and see. But the other one, the PCM to beta cassette, I used every weekend. I just had to buy more unused beta cassettes on eBay, which go for about $1. So it's pretty amazing.
I'm just curious, can you pass video through it, EE to E, input to output?
That question is about which machine?
The Akai.
I see. So you're saying that bypass the recording and then put in a signal and then see if it comes out.
Yes.
Yes, let me try that. That's a very good idea. That's a very good idea. Let me try that. And I presume I mean, the connections on the back of this are that old castellated RF connectors. And then I have adapters for them to go from that just to regular RCA connectors. But I don't know if there's a standard difference, like whether the signal is still 1 volt, peak to peak, or whether it's something different. I presume it is the same thing.
I would not make that assumption, because if it's an RF connector, it's probably RF. And for like channel 3 or 4 here in the States, whereas if it's an RCA, that's baseband, which would be actually video.
I don't.
Are you talking about the PL259, the old-fashioned video baseband video connectors?
BNCs or RCAs, or on home machine, which is basically what the Akai was. It's most likely an RCA, yellow, red, and white.
It is not. What it is I don't know what they're called. It's on many things that I have. It's like this. It's like castellated on the end, meaning that there are these triangular.
That's a PL259, I think you got there.
Is that what it is? Yeah.
Well, without seeing it, but that's what it sounds like. I mean, that's a big connector for a little machine.
PL259 is a screw-on type.
Yes, correct. Yes.
And you can
they call them UHF also.
And Charlena has some on the back of her Proc amp that you can see what it would look like.
Right, I think that's correct. But it says video in, audio in. They use the same, whatever you call that, PL259. They use the same one for the audio, for everything.
That doesn't. I think that's. They wouldn't be using 259s for that. For audio.
They might, yes.
That's highly unlikely.
I mean, it's overkill, I presume, but there's no harm, I presume, right?
A PL259 is about 3/4 of an inch in diameter.
Correct.
With about a 1/16 of an inch hole in the middle. You push it on, and then you tighten up the screw this thing on to the cable. It's a coaxial connector. Is that what you have?
Yes, and I think that's correct. I have to measure. I thought it was 1/2 inch, not 3/4 of an inch, but I'll go measure it. But the most telling thing is that the very edge is castellated with triangles. So there are these triangles sticking out.
Yeah.
Which I thought is a way of. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's it. That's it.
That's a PL259 is the male. SO239 is the female.
That's correct. Yes, that's exactly what it has. And they have it for audio, video, input, output, everything.
Weird.
Yeah.
Never saw audio going through that. Never once.
Never. Same here. I've only seen RCA or XLR.
XLR.
Yep. Not here. Not on this one. I mean, this was an oddball machine. It was out for a year, and then it just didn't work. I only, as I said, bought it because it's interesting that it's records on audio tape, but it's got the helical head and everything. And after that, they dropped it. I wonder how I can send you a picture of the back of it, but it's interesting. Maybe next call we have, I'll take some pictures and send it. Maybe by that time I'll make it work.
Are you on the old VTRs forum?
Say it again?
Are you on the old VTRs forum?
I don't think so.
Do a search for that, and that will deal. And it has a lot of stuff about consumer type machines, and you can and you'll probably get your answers there.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Yeah. Okay. Well, great. Thank you. Yeah, I should show a few of things that I have. I have a perfectly working 1961 East German television, which won many awards at its time. It's very attractively shaped. It looks like out of Jetsons.
No one else has ever made anything like this, and a few other things like that. Because, I read a lot of books that TVs were a little bit like computers today. They were technological innovations, and everybody wanted innovation, every time something new came out. So there was very little money left for the casing, for the cabinet. So it's very difficult to find attractive televisions. Like I have a Halovision, Sylvania Halovision, which is unusual. I have a Stromberg Carlson that's in a Chinese cabinet, but very few TVs actually spend any money on the cabinets.
Okay.
Hey, Chris, got a question for you.
Shoot, number 1 to 5. 1 is yes, 2 is no, 3 is I don't know. 5 is none of the above. Go ahead.
You had mentioned 2 General Electric model cameras, which I had never had the opportunity to see in Western Pennsylvania. They were the 4 Vidicon cameras. What were the models on those, if you might repeat that, please?
The PE250 was their first studio camera. The PE240 was their film chain, which also had 4 tubes in it. The PE350 was the improved version of the 250 camera for the studio. And then it became the 400, and I think Harris took it over and sold it as a 400. So anyway, that should help you.
Okay, I want to do some research on that because I've never seen those in person.
Oh, I had them at here in Detroit. GE got the contract at Channel 4, the NBC, and Channel 2, the CBS at that time, now Fox 2. The RCA went to Channel 7, which was the ABC O&O. And I forget what Channel 9 in Canada got. I think they got GEs. The Independent, they got RCA cameras. They just had the RCA's always had a washed out look. And another Independent went up and they had RCA's because it was an RCA package. So that was basically, GEs they sold more GEs in Detroit because everybody was buying them because we didn't get any Philips here. And then the PBS station got visual cameras, which were Shabadans that were 3 plums. Let's see, we'll go to over here.
Did your station have more of RCA than Impacts, like Quad machines?
You're asking me the question? Okay. Let me just posted the, oops, I'm sorry. Let's see, enter. Okay, there's the thing for the old VTRs. In Detroit, it varied. The CBS station, Fox 2 now, had started with 1,000 and then all 1,200s, and then they got ACR 25s. The NBC station, they started with, I think, 1,000s, then they got 2 TR22s, 2 2000s, and they had an 1100 in the remote truck, and then they got 2 AVR 1s, and I forget what I think they had an ACR 25. The ABC station had RCA for the quad machines, and some 2000s. They had a couple of 2000s and a bunch of RCA 22s or whatever. And then they had two TCR 100s. The PBS station, they had 1000s, and I don't remember what they, after that. The independent channel 50, Kaiser Broadcasting, started off with TR5, TR4. They ended up getting some 1200s, and they had TCR 100s. And then the other independent channel 20 now, they had RCA 4s or 50s or whatever, or 60s, I forget which, and a TCR 100. Does that help you answer? Is that what you're looking for? Oh,
Yeah.
and CBC, I don't remember, but they ended up with AVR2s.
The VR1000, were they upgraded with Colortech, Amtech?
Yep, they were, and you can see the switching transients on them. There wasn't any black and whites left. I don't think the PBS station still had failed to upgrade, but that's another story. I see you have 1001 or 1002 there.
No, it's 1002.
Okay, and then the AVR1. And you got the books, a couple books from me for the AVR1. You remember?
Yeah, I have the. Where's your question again? I'm sorry.
I just made a statement. You got some books from me on the AVR1.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and so okay, that gives you a little bit of the history of that. What else can I answer here?
No, that's good. Thank you.
You know, it's interesting to see how the different salespeople made their job selling cameras and equipment here in a certain market. Here in Detroit, Philips did not make sales. They made no sales, Norelco. And yet in other markets, they were extremely strong. I just wonder why it happened. Now the Channel 4, they did a complete rebuild and went to color. And it was a GE contract that did the whole thing, switchers, master control, everything. And so they did a 100% rebuild, basically. They kept the TK21, I think, was the only thing they kept. And so it was kind of a add-on to the contract, I would assume. I don't know for sure, but you got everything GE, why not continue with them? They probably got a good price and they bought a whole bunch of cameras. I think they bought 6 or 7 of them. So it was quite a thing. To answer your question, Charlena?
Yes.
Yeah. I did see 1002, by the way, at NET television.
Was it working? Was it
oh,
working?
Yeah,
running?
it was working until the fire burned the building up.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they had the tube type Amtech.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, it was a prototype that they had, and there was quite a bit of a relationship between Ampex and the NET facility in Ann Arbor. They also had 2 AVR1s so they could do the mirror image mastering for their high-speed duplicator.
How large was that rack? I mean, the chassis for that tube Amtech?
I don't know. I would guess, what plus, I don't know. I saw it, but I can't remember it. Mark Anzik, he's around in Ann Arbor still, and he could tell you. He's quite an expert on those. And you might find him, I think he reads the quad videotape forum a lot.
What did they use for the correction, the error correction in the tube one?
Well, they started with a tube type Amtech that was in one of them, and then they had Amtechs and Colortex. So they had been upgraded, and then they did upgrade to 1200 signal systems at some point. So what the idea was that they had AVR2s, they had the AVR1s, the mirror image mastering, that was like 5 stations or whatever it was. And they could do all of this duplication very, very fast because they had all these machines and one central remote control spot. So they could take and make tons of copies for you and get it out the door. And they were basically, that was their thing. They did a lot of work for PBS when PBS bicycle tapes before the satellite came in. But then they went and did this, and it became Mark Video, and then it burnt down, and which was a shame. Some nice machines got destroyed, and it was one of the only, I think there were only 3 of the high-speed duplicators, 3 or 4 that Ampex had ever made, and it was just amazing to watch that thing.
The high-speed duplicators, was this 1-inch machines?
No, they were 2-inch.
2-inch?
Yes.
Wow.
ADR 150. It had, you had to get a 1000 Orsted, I think it was, videotape, and it took a special head for the AVR because you're making the tape mirror image, because that master tape and then the regular tape would be put between 2 rollers. RF field would then transfer the magnetism from the master to the slave, as it was. And you had this. It took the. I got some pictures somewhere out of this thing, but basically you had a take up and supply and one duplicator in first, and then you added another section with 2 duplicator stations, another section, and you could do an hour show in 6 minutes.
Wow.
And some of these people that did religious stuff, they would get their shows out the door real quick, and they would. So there was a lot of that, and we were doing duplication. I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I forget. I think I had 8 quads, and you'd play back from one, and you make copies all night long. We had one guy. It was his job at the night shift, start duplicating, and we were doing half-hour shows. We were doing whatever. And it took a lot of time, but it got done.
Wow. Yeah, I would love to see the photograph of that. I never heard of a mirror image quad machine. I heard of a 1-inch machine, but not I think the Sony made the mirror type 1-inch, but I never heard of a quad machine like that.
I think it's Digitrack he's on the quad forum, and I think he has the sales literature for the high-speed duplicator.
Okay.
Yeah. So I have a question for you, Charlene.
Yes.
How did you get into RF?
Oh my. I was in post-production for quite a while. The Ranks and Tail, the Bosch, film transfer for quite a while. Then when that job played out, I decided to go into television. And that's how I started. I started from 3/4 DVC Pro, 1-inch, and then from there I moved into RF. And also I have my own little business as well where I work on HPAs as well. So actually from a TV station, that's how I actually started in RF.
Did you go to school for that?
Yes.
What sort of HPAs?
As you mean the model? You mean the manufacturer or the? It's for the satellite uplink.
It's like a TWT or.
Yeah, the DO2 version type.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't worked on the satellite type systems, but mostly on the tubes.
So you're not necessarily into terrestrial broadcast, but you're more into satellite C-band uplink.
No, mostly we do like KU, but mostly, well, on my job, I work on transmitters on Wilson, but for my my private little business, I work on KU band type.
Yeah, and with the internet, that's kind of slowing down a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, it's just interesting that you don't see very many women working in RF.
Yeah, I've been in it for quite a while in electronics, but it was how I started in the RF. I just asked the chief engineer one day, kind of want to move up a little bit, the Wilson, and because I have worked on STL microwave lengths, so he given me a chance to work with the manager up there, and that's how I started.
And it became your passion.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, it's tough to find good RF people.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So you've got job security.
Kind of a job security in a way.
Is ATSC 3.0 coming strong in the LA basin?
It is. It is slowly, but it's coming.
And are you involved with that?
No, not at my station.
Okay.
Yeah, matter of fact, we were the last station to get the ROS system, the automated system, and we let our audio engineer go, and also our robotics technician go. So we were the last station to get that, and it was like about 11 weeks of training for the operators.
Yeah, studio jobs are gone. There's not much left in the studio.
Even our remote trucks are sitting idle. I mean, we have only 6 remote trucks, and I used to do like weekly maintenance on them, but they hardly use them because of LiveView just taking over. We just don't use the remote trucks hardly. Matter of fact, we have like a $500,000 billboards when they actually use one of the trucks, but they actually use the LiveView. They don't use the microwave.
Interesting. When I was back in the 80s, when I was working at Channel 2, CBS, now Fox here in Detroit, there was 120 some odd people in the engineering union. They're down to 13 is all that's left.
Wow. Is it NABET?
Yeah, it was NABET. Now it's something else. And it's basically nobody needs you anymore. They put in robotic cameras. They put in the automated production studio. You basically got one guy in the control room and the director, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah, we
used to take a dozen people down to one.
Exactly. We have a coder, then we have the director, we have a prompter, and the producer. That's it.
Yeah, and then everything's so automated now, and it's like it's hard to believe. ACR 25 has made life a lot easier, and that's history because now it's all on disk.
It's on disk drive. we have servers. We're using servers and basically everything is servers now. I mean, there's no tape at all gone.
Other than what we see in your picture.
Yeah, that's it.
Have you got the AVR one working yet?
No, it's still, I'm having air problems where I live. I got to get a better air tryer and a better compressor to run this because I want to use external because I have way over in this corner. I don't know if you see it. I also have a
TR600.
600 right here, buried behind there. So I want to get a better air system.
Yeah, it could take about, it's going to take, the AVR one takes a lot more. You're going to need about 3 CFM. And then the vacuum is, I assume you're using Venturis to generate the vacuum.
Yes, it's down. Let's see if I can tilt it.
Yeah, no more of this pump stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you see it?
Yeah,
right
I see
here.
it. So go ahead.
Get a real big compressor. Get a really big compressor and a really big tank and feed them all.
Well, it has to be oil free, so you
Oh yeah, you have to get
water
dry.
free, so you don't ruin the head. So it gets quite involved.
Yeah, I cut quad.
Anyhow, we ran out of air on one compressor, so we had to buy a bigger compressor, and the other one served as a backup. When I had I think I had 8 quad machines going at one time, and that's a lot of air. AVR ones took a little bit more, but we put Venturis on the other ones. Is like, why bother? And pulled the breaker on the vacuum pump on the 1200s. It quieted it down a little bit. Yeah. And I see you have no editor on that machine.
No, it's no editor.
But it looks in decent shape.
Yeah, I was real lucky on this one. This one came from a Quad 1 in Hollywood way back then. This is actually a Metro Media that came from there before Quad 1.
Okay. Do the power supplies work?
No. Matter of fact, the 24 volt fried completely.
Ooh.
Yeah. So, and the fan literally came apart in my hands. It was that bad, the fan. So when the fan stopped, then everything just burned up.
Yeah, that's bad news. As long as the transformers are okay, you can rebuild it. But you can't get parts from Ampex anymore.
No, that's gone forever. And even Apex at one time, sort of like electronic surplus place, they had quads there one time, but they changed hands, and you can't get parts from them no more.
Well, I went through my phone, I got a new iPhone, and I started deleting. I deleted all my FX contacts. I just went through and said, I don't need this anymore. I'm retired. Okay. Now, it's just amazing to me what that machine could do.
Oh, yeah. All the guides are air. That's, the vacuum system to put, to draw the tape in, and the capstan, no capstan roller. It's all vacuum.
It's vacuum and it holds the tape against it. You could actually sit there and move it. You could actually grab a reel and stop it. And if you did it just for a short period, the column would suck and then it would go back. And don't let the bulbs burn out in the column.
Oh no! I was thinking about upgrading to LEDs some way.
Yeah, there was a kit that did that. and you, because if one of the bulbs burns out, guess what?
Oh gosh.
All of a sudden, it's got all sorts of errors, doesn't know what to do, and you now have 1-inch tape.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful machine. I wish I had one. I watched them in action and I just couldn't believe it. If you need parts, talk to the Museum of Broadcast Technology. They have a spare parts AVR1 sitting in their garage.
Oh, okay. Do they actually have one running?
I'm sorry?
Do they actually have one running right now?
They have one in the basement, in the main floor. They got AVR2s just in piles in the basement.
Oh wow!
Yeah, it's a nice place to go visit. I looked at the TRT one and I couldn't get it. We're running the Gatti servo, and I got myself confused. And the scope wasn't that great, and I gave them some bunch of stuff. But they have an AVR1 in their main floor. It's missing parts. I don't know if they'll ever get it. There's an AVR1 in their garage, which they're using as a parts bin, and they've been selling parts off of that to, I think, Jurassic Park or somebody down in New York. They have a couple IVC 9000s.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's rare.
Yes, it is. And they got one working, supposedly. I don't know if it was still working or not. They got TR600s, they got 1000s, they've got 1200s, 2000s aren't working. TRT1, they've got another one that's a spare. They've got a bunch of machines. You can see the tour if you look up Museum of Broadcast Technology on YouTube. So you can get a tour and see some of the stuff they got there. But it's an interesting place. If I were there, I would come up with a plan. This upper floor, they've got some film chains. I would just start making one right after another. Go show the history. Start with the black and white. Excuse me, I got stiffles. And go up to the 28, and then they've got cameras. They've got the Lawrence Welk camera. They've got 41s, 42s, black and white, and they got just racks of DAs and sync generators and racks of scopes that are just sitting in a rack. And I would, if I were doing it, I would make a line of film cameras, try to get them working, and have the control console, and then have the color cameras and the black and whites on the other side. But downstairs they do have a bunch of tape machines, and then in the basement they just got, you wouldn't believe it. You could barely walk through some of the areas they got AVR1s, AVR2s in pieces. Here's the electronics frame. Here's the deck, just sitting there stacked up.
Hey, Chris, they've agreed in principle to take one of these meetings someday. They just don't know how soon they can do it. But we may actually have them take us on a tour here, which would be really nice.
Yeah, it's no offense, Matt, but it's disjointed how they have it, and it's a very small operation. George LeMaster's been there. He's helped out. In fact, he got my Squeeze Zoom books. It's a little disjointed in how the presentation of the equipment is. And if I were doing it, I'd do it differently.
Well, I certainly would never criticize anybody because we run a pretty big museum. It's a radio museum, not TV museum. It has some TV stuff in it, but we run a museum here in New Jersey, and it is a metric buttload of work, and you can never catch up. You can never get everything done. It's just always overwhelming. So I'm sympathetic to anybody that does anything at all.
Yeah, well, what I mean by that disjointed is that there is, say the floor up on the top where you would like to do a little studio thing where kids come through. Is okay, over here's some stuff, over here's some stuff. And it doesn't, that more sense. When you get down to the main floor, well, here's a couple quad machines in a row, here's a couple more in another row, over here's, and then they got rows of going across. And it is not, you can barely walk at some points. Yeah, it's more, it needs to be taken.
Well, the skill set for being a talented broadcast engineer and somebody who designs museum displays, there might not be a lot of overlap on the Venn diagrams.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, the circles are kind of like this instead of like this. Yeah, but if I was there, I would volunteer to help and come up with a plan, but I'm not there. I'm in Michigan. I wanted to see it, so I went there last year and tried to. The guide servo on the TRT, it would all of a sudden go one way or go the other, and I couldn't figure it out. And it turns out the scope I had wasn't triggering very well, and the frequency was off. Instead of 15750, it was something else, and you need that 15750 to make it work. And I just got myself in going around, and then had to do a couple other little, oops, fix this, fix that, you know how it goes. And it's just a strange thing on a TRT. They're interesting machines, but the 1000 was better made. And she's got a 1002 that still runs probably, or what can be made to run.
It's still in process to get it going.
So anyhow, guess what? It is 11:30 here on the East Coast. I'm on New York time here in Detroit, the only spot north of Canada. You know, we got this big thumb of Michigan and it's 6 under, and so we get to watch CBC. I have fun with that when I telling people I'm north of Canada. So anyway, I think I'm going to go. And I did post the old VTRs group on there so that Ellie, you can see where that is. And if you go there, you'll find out about that so that you can check on your archive machine. That's it for me, unless somebody's got something for a question I can refuse to answer on the grounds that may incriminate me. I'm done.
Chris, your help.
Go ahead.
I was just saying thanks for your help, Chris, on those General Electric cameras. And you have yourself a great weekend.
Well, I'm going to try. Tomorrow is going to be 80 degrees here in the Detroit area, and it's get out on the lake, enjoy it while I can. I've got only maybe another week. Next week is a week from tomorrow is the Paquette plant where Ford made his early cars, and they're having the birthday for the Model T, so I'm going to drive mine down there and show it. I'm finally starting to get it working right. It's been a challenge. It's not like electronics where you put scopes on it and follow things through. But go ahead.
Cars are a little different. Cars are a little different.
Yeah, it turns out it's a very simple car, and about less than 5 miles from me lives a guy that at Greenfield Village here down in Dearborn, you can drive around in Model T, so he'll give you a ride, and he maintains them. So guess who I've become best buddies with? So he was over here. He was over here the other day, and he blessed it. The only thing I got going right now is I've got a switch that where you put the key in, you turn to the left, and you hook and that hooks the battery up to the ignition coil, 4 coils actually, and you can start it. And if you go to the right, it then becomes on the magneto. Well, the switch is becoming intermittent, and when it backfires, it blows the muffler too, by the way. But so I've got to run it on that, and I'm gonna have to take the switch apart, contact clean it, and put it back together. They're $75 if you can find one, and 2 main suppliers. One of them has 40 on back order, and he doesn't know when the supplier is going to make some more.
He'll get them from China, right?
I don't know where that is. Some of the parts come from China. Some of them come from Taiwan. Some of them come from locally in the U.S. There's major suppliers. There's a guy down in Tiffin, Ohio called Engine Joe, E-N-G-I-N-E, and he rebuilds the engines, and he got it running good for me. And then there were some other issues with it. And I had it delivered there, and he brought it up here. He's got hundreds of engines in his barn, and at $3,200, you can get yourself a brand new rebuilt Model T engine. Depending on the amount of parts you need. And so I gave him the spare engine he came with this, and some other parts, and so it got worked out pretty good for me. There was a restore down in the Atlanta area, and the transmission is planetary, and it has drums, and you tighten the bands around the drum to make it go in reverse, stop, or going low. And when they put it together, I couldn't figure out why it kept changing on me. And, I got to keep adjusting. Turns out when they put it together, there's a washer that goes in a nut that holds this band compressed with spring to push it apart. And on the washer, there is a dimple that comes up. And on the nut, there is a slot, triangular slot, that this dimple should fit in. Guess what parts they put on backwards? Both of them. So there was no dimple. And then the slot was not even facing the washer. So I had to take that apart. And I made the mistake of not holding the band together when I did it. And after I got the washer and the nut off, it goes kabong, and you had to get a coat hanger out, fish that end out of the transmission down there. I could see it. Took me 4 hours to flip that over. And on the second band, okay, I learned safety wired at 45 minutes done. But there was a lot of stuff this restore that claims they do great stuff, did poorly on the restoration. They didn't put the cotter pins in. They didn't, or to hold the thing together. They used wrong parts. It's just, anyway. So I've got a couple hundred miles. I'll have a couple hundred miles on it by the end of the month. And every 500 miles, you change the oil, basically. There's no oil filter, no oil pump, no fuel pump, no water pump. But this was modified with the water pump.
How many cylinders?
I'm sorry?
How many cylinders? Is it 4? Okay.
It's only 20 horsepower. My yard tractor's got 18 and a half. And its acceleration is extremely slow. It didn't have a stoplight, so I put a stoplight on it. And then I bought you can see it here, a wireless turn signal that you stick on where the spare tire holder is in the back. And that way I can do, because nobody knows what it means when you stick your hand out or down or up anymore when we took driver's ed. Maybe not you, Charlie, you're still young. But anyway, okay. Go ahead.
I was going to say, if you want better acceleration, do like the Europeans. Even though it's 4 cylinders, add dual turbochargers.
I think that would blow the engine because it's a very low compression engine and there are no counterweights on the crank. So, so you have to be very, you can break the crank basically if you're, if you.
No, that's okay. The Europeans do also.
Well, that's because at one point it was taxed on the displacement. Now, interesting, the Model T is different to drive. 3 pedals on the floor. The right one is the brake, the center one is reverse, the left one is the clutch. Depending on where you have the hand lever, if it's all the way back, it's forced into neutral. Slightly forward, it's in neutral. You push down on the clutch and you're in low gear. The lever's all the way forward. You push down on the clutch, it's low gear. Halfway up is neutral, and all the way up is straight through high gear. On the steering column is the spark and the gas. So it is, you got to get used to driving it. And low gear is so low that if you take it all the way up to full speed, which you're lucky if you can hit 1500 to 2000 RPM, you get it by maybe 5 miles an hour. Then you take it down and bring the clutch up, and you're in high, and it takes a long time to get it up to a speed, but it can go 35 miles an hour. No seat belts.
Wow.
It's a toy, and I look at it this way: it's better than having a quad in the basement. What would I do with it? So anyway, it's past 11:30 here. I'm going to leave. You guys have a great time, and hopefully everybody will get at the next one. And I came in late, so I'm going to have to go watch the beginning of it. Thank you very much, Charlena. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Thanks, Charlene. I'm going to take off too.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. You have a good night. Thank you very much. Uh-huh.
Charlena, this is Bill Hanson in Pittsburgh.
Yes.
Thank you for all your help and information and sharing knowledge. I'll send you some photos and whatnot of projects I'm working on, and if you happen to have any input or suggestions, I'm open to that. I think you did a wonderful job, particularly on that interface box between the TV81 or 2 to the 3 24-pin ITT connectors. That was just pretty, even to the fact that you used red and green and blue crimp connectors. I mean, that is just so telling of somebody that is paying attention to detail. That is.
Well, actually, there's a little secret to that. I can only find blue and red, but I found some shrink tubing on eBay. So actually, the greens are actually blue, but it has shrink tubing on them.
Ah, okay. That's good. Yeah, I'm currently in the middle. I just, you know, the 14-pin connectors on the back of the IoT on the back of the Image Orthicons. I just found 3 connectors on eBay. The original connectors that I had, like I said, the case, the cabinet was long story short, it was taken from me, but I had an opportunity to take things out of it before it disappeared. And the cables that were in there seemed very dry rotted. So I got these new 14-pin, they're called diheptal sockets, and rewiring them all with new, same color striping as RCA used, but Teflon wire. And so I can appreciate your attention to detail in that, you know, I'm recreating everything that was in the TK41. It's just, I'm doing it all with new Teflon wire, in some cases with sub chassis that were taken out, sandblasted, replated with bright zinc plating, and it's in effect what I have is a 2021 camera.
I see. Well, you have an extremely difficult job because basically you're constructing the camera from ground up. It's sort of like a heat kit. I mean, wire by wire.
Yeah. I'll send you some photos of all the. You're probably familiar with the G5 and the D3 and the beam voltage divider sections that were on that little sub panel that you recreated. Well, I don't have that sub panel, so I had to recreate everything on a 19-inch wide panel so that I could rack mount it.
I see.
So
the camera head, are you constructing a housing for it?
I'm going to have 3 individual yokes, and each one I'm going to place on a piece of 1/4-inch steel, and I'll mount the preamps. First, of course, the capacitive DC blocker, the blocks of 1300 volts from going into the. I've replaced, there's like an oil capacitor on a piece of glass, and then there's another oil capacitor that was submerged into that subassembly. I'm replacing both of those, and then there's the RG63 that carries the image orthicon video signal without the DC on it into the input of the preamp. I'll have the preamp mounted on shock mounts. There's like a 10K and a 27K ohm voltage divider for that. They'll be mounted separately in a fan. And then that'll all come out I have the TV81 cable connector that was underneath the camera brought out to a breakout panel. And they use this crazy coaxial cable called TEL-73. If you look at your yoke assemblies or you look at your preamps, it's on the outputs of the preamps, it's on the output of the image orthicon, and it's what runs from the 81-pin connector to the horizontal drive inputs to the horizontal drive or the horizontal deflection chassis. It goes to the vertical input of the vertical deflection chassis. It goes to the viewfinder. I've never seen it before, and from taking a micrometer to it, it seems that it's maybe as much as a 120 ohm, maybe 130 ohm coaxial cable. The center conductor is extremely narrow, which, the smaller the center conductor, the higher the impedance. And it's just, I've never found any replacement for it. I've gone to lots of vendors that, tell me there is no such thing anymore as 120 or 130 ohm coaxial cable. If there ever had been, they've been discontinued. I had this misfortune of going to CommScope, which is a cable manufacturer, and they said, "Oh yeah, we had a cable like that. We just continued it 2 years ago."
Oh my. Oh.
So I'm really kind of stuck because all I have is little 6-inch pieces and 8-inch pieces and whatnot. It's very frustrating, but I'm rewiring it all with 75 ohm. I think it's 1805, 1855. I can't remember what it is. But it's 75 ohm cable, and the thing is, we're never going to get above 4.5 megahertz. I hope to God it really doesn't matter. You know, you're an RF, so you know that, you know, if we were to do an impedance change in the middle of a 20-foot run from 75 ohm to 125 ohm at 3 gigahertz, that's the end of the world.
Mm-hmm.
That's a severe impedance mismatch at that frequency. But you know, we're going to pass 4.5 megahertz of video. Hopefully, it's not the end of the world.
They'll pass it. They'll pass it with no problem.
What's that going to be, like a 1.3 to 1 mismatch? You know, it's not the, it can't, you know, like a 1.3 to mismatch, 1.3 to 1 mismatch at 500 megahertz at 10,000 or 100,000 watts. God, that's catastrophic.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but not in the case at you know, the power output from an image orthicon to the preamp. It just can't be that bad. So I'm changing images, you know, and just forging ahead, because if I wait until I find all the pieces and parts I need, I've waited for 42 years or something. You know, I'll never get anything done. My daughter will be, you know, shoveling my ashes into my grave and going, you know, Dad was really like into this, but he never figured it out. You know.
By the way, on the horizontal chassis, the Zener tube for the 1300, are you actually using the tube, or are you going to use Zener diodes?
The GV 1300?
Yes.
So far, I have not had the chance to power it up.
Okay.
The original tube is still in there. And on eBay, I have found 2 replacements that I have in their boxes waiting in the case that the tube that's in there does not work.
Okay. I done the same thing. And I want everything original. So I went to eBay, bought 2, and they were expensive and they didn't work. So I just decided to lump a bunch of Zeners up until I get to like 1300. Works perfectly.
Yeah, I was prepared to do that in the case that these tubes did not regulate.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't go ahead and buy the Zeners, but I figured I would string a bunch of Zeners together with a resistor and, you know, come out with, and what I was going to do was power it all up without the image orthicon in the socket, just because the last thing I want to do is destroy the last image orthicon. You know, I mean, I've got a handful of 5820s, which you see on people selling on eBay for $1 gazillion every day.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, because I was buying them, about maybe 4 or 5 years ago, for $20, $30, $40, and all of a sudden they just went up to $200.
Yeah, there's lunatics out there. There really are. You know, there's a guy on eBay right now. Okay, the TP66 that you have. Okay, he's got a remote panel for a pair of TP66 and a TP7 slide projector, and he $319 for the remote panel, and Okay, it's a handful of Series 2 micro switches that say forward, reverse, and you know, still and whatnot. And he wants $319. I don't know what he's smoking, but you know, he's out of his mind.
That's ridiculous. My gosh.
Same way with the people that are on eBay with pieces and parts that could be audio.
Yes. Yes.
They're out of their minds. You know, it's just audio.
Oh.
You know,
did you see the brochure for the AVR1? It's from.
No, I
it's
did
from
not.
Take a look. Well, go to Ampex AVR1. Someone's selling it's not even a manual. It's one of those booklets, you know, to look through. What do you call it? It's like a brochure, basically. $750 just for the brochure.
Are you serious?
I am not kidding. And it's been there for, I think he kind of dropped it a little bit, maybe to $500. Then all of a sudden he just increased it back to $750.
He's out of his mind. You know, my word. Where are these people coming from?
I have no idea. It is just a brochure. No schematics, partners, nothing. It's just a buyer's brochure. That's it.
I would write to him and say, clearly you don't want to sell this. Okay, you're I don't know if you're kidding yourself or what, but you are never going to sell this even at a tenth of the price that you're talking about.
Exactly.
You know, that's is that on eBay?
It's on eBay. It's still on eBay.
I will look for that because most of my searches on eBay are for RCA gear. With the occasional Collins piece of gear listed, but
yeah, I try to look for like image orthicons at a reasonable price, but I like the 5820s that are made in UK. They seem to not. They seem those tubes don't easily burn in like the ones that were made here. Mm-hmm. And they're very rare. I only bought one, and that's the best tube for this TK11 than the RCA 5820s. I mean, the sharpness just blurs out. It's, you know, it looks like a modern camera. The resolution is so good on it.
Wow. Well, you know, they're on eBay. I'm going to eBay right now just because we're talking about this.
It's there.
You guys have the sister to my Image Orthicon. I bought an Image Orthicon from Steve McVoy back about 6-7 years ago. He had two PK60s on site, and I bought one. He had listed on eBay. I bought it from him, and here it is. There is an RCA. This tube will fit that 60 you have, and it is. Here it is. RCA, vintage RCA Image Orthicon 7389C as in Charlie, black and white studio camera tube, $75. It is new, unused, and in its original box. And I bought one from this guy. Let me give you, do you have something to write with?
Just a second.
See if I can find the listing number. Here it is. Okay.
I'm ready.
Okay, eBay item number 2930449010078. It's listed as vintage RCA image orthicon, and it will fit your TK60, and it should work. And I bought one at $75 unused. That's a pretty good bargain. It's a 4.5-inch image orthicon out of New Jersey. And I got, when I received mine, like I say, it was probably 6 months to a year after I bought the camera from Steve. The box arrived, and it was still sealed. It was in RCA wrapping, and it was an unused tube. So if you guys decide to turn your TK60 on and think you need a new image orthicon, that's an opportunity you don't want to miss up. He's got 4 available.
Wow. And they're all, did he indicated they haven't been open?
It was, the one I got was unopened.
Okay.
I think he only opened one to photograph it.
Okay. Wow.
Okay. I would do the contact seller thing on eBay and go, okay, what's the deal with this? Can I get one that was never opened?
That's interesting. Is it like a buy it now, or is it a bidding war thing?
It's a buy it now.
Buy it now. Okay.
Shipping isn't cheap. It's almost $50 to ship it. You might be able to negotiate that down and tell them, look, I don't need it overnighted. I need it, slow boat. And if they do it by slow boat, okay, then, you might get it in 3 weeks, but, it probably is safer than being banged around, in some hurry.
Where is it coming from for $50? Is it like New Jersey or New York or something? Or?
Harlan, New Jersey.
Ah, okay. Yeah, there's shipping. Steep.
Go back here to the webinar here. But yeah, you'll somewhere around your museum, you'll find you have a processing amplifier from a TK40, which I traded with Steve for the processing chassis for the TK60. I bought the 60 head, and I guess he assumed that people just wanted like a museum piece, a head that would sit on a counter or something in somebody's bar or basement or whatever. And no, I'm one of these guys who will spend my last dollar making something work like RCA intended it.
Do you have the camera cables to it for the 60?
I have a cable for the 60. In fact, I kind of lucked out. I bought a 22 from a guy on eBay, and I was at the I was at an RCA all RCA facility in New York that had a 22 that was still in operation back in probably about 2008. And I walked in and I thought, wow, you got a TK22. And he says, yeah, but we don't really use it. I said, wow, if you ever want to get rid of it, I'll buy it from you. And I mentioned to him how I had one at home and I was missing the cable. So they actually tore out the computer floor and handed me the cable just for the fun of it. So, yeah. So what I really, really need though is a camera cable, the one for the 81 or 82 conductor for the TK41. That's the one I really need.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough. You may have to make the cable for that. That's gonna be, a matter of fact, the cable I have, I was extremely lucky because I was going to make a 3 cable system from scratch. And then just out of the blue, Chuck Paris knew someone who had it, and I went ahead and bought it, and it was in good condition. The part where you screw it onto the camera, that wasn't damaged. It was like in mint condition.
Wow.
And that was sure luck because I started to buy stuff here and there, like the connectors to go to the 3 system, basically.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
but
there were some on eBay not long ago. That connector, the 24-pin connector, was on eBay not all that long ago. I picked up 1 or 2.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yes.
Was this person a collector, or?
It was just somebody who happened to be. They probably had some inventory they didn't know what to do with, and they just sold it off.
Wow, that's luck. Wow.
I will look it up and send you the part number if you need it.
Okay. Okay. And
it's a Canon manufacturer, and the series is, I believe, the LK Lima. What's K? Kilo.
King.
Lima.
Lincoln
Lima.
King.
Yeah, so I'll dig out the part number and put that in my email to you.
Okay. Did you say you have the encoder or the color plexer?
Oh, for the 41?
Yes.
I wish I did. However, I was lucky. I have stumbled into Lenco encoders, which they're 20 years younger than the camera itself, and they will work. I'm sure they're not at all, specifically inclined to work with the TK41, but they can be made to do the job.
And do you have the Proc Amp?
I do have the Proc Amp. Yes.
Oh, good. Okay.
That was one of my things in the beginning of my rant early was that I had taken those 4 modules out the back, and the one I just figured, these things are ancient. The ESRs on them is not going to be good. So I thought, well, I'm just going to replace the capacitors with modern radial lead, like Panasonic brand or Illinois capacitor brand electrolytics. But I wanted to find some sort of a canister to put them in that would fit that footprint of the electrolytics that were in that Proc Amp. But there were a couple of resistors in the Proc Amp that had really drifted their tolerances really badly. I don't have the information on me, but I'll send you the photographs that I took of at least the mid restoration point, where you'll see that they're the only 2 blue resistors on this thing. Everything else is an old brown carbon composition resistor, except for the few that were the high precision metal film resistors that were called Red Devils from the 1950s or 60s or whatever.
Yes. Oh.
They were like 4 4-digit resistors.
Were they rated at 10% or 20? Oh,
The originals were probably rated at 10.
10.
So
Okay.
I replaced them with 1% or 2% resistors.
Oh, good. Good.
Yeah, I don't have any background on you see a lot of these blue colored resistors that are coming out of Asia right now.
Mhm.
They're supposed to be 1% tolerance and great if they are. Every time I ohm them out, they seem to be pretty close, but maybe not within 1%, probably within 3%.
Mhm.
But they're rated. Some of them are rated. They're say 2 watts.
Mhm.
Are you 2 watts the same as my 2 watts? I don't know. It's I hate to watch them, go into flame, but they're called flame proof. So in theory, they're not going to.
Mhm.
But
Are you going to repair this as a standalone? Where you can, I don't know if you have a generator where you can do non-composite into it.
I have sync generators.
Oh,
Yeah,
good.
I have.
Good.
In fact, my collection of sync generators alone is not too awful shabby. I've got, if you're familiar with the RCA line, they've got the generators were under the first heading of TG, Tango Golf dash
Oh,
whatever.
yes.
Okay.
Do you?
I have a pair of TG1 A's.
Okay.
They contain 81 vacuum tubes.
Yes. Yes.
And they
Oh, wait.
consume.
Is that the small one or because I have the smaller version of it. I think it's a TG. I don't remember, was it a 1A or a 1?
Well, the ones, no matter what the suffix is, are about 5.5 or 6 foot tall.
Okay, that's the one I have.
Yeah. There's a TG2, which is about 3 foot tall,
Mm-hmm.
which that's the one missing from my collection. There's a TG3, which is 3 rack units tall, which is solid state.
Oh.
Yeah, I've got, it's when they had switched over to the black modular construction.
Mm-hmm.
Uses a WP81 power supply.
Yes.
But it still works under the same divider sequence where the highest frequency on the chassis is 3579545 and divides it down by 455 divided by 455 and then divides 31,000 he divides 15,342 down by 525 times 4 to 60 hertz.
Mm-hmm.
And then they also have a TG6, which is only 2 rack units, and it was so modern for RCA that it actually had BNC connectors.
Wow.
I thought that was amazing.
Actually manufactured BNC, or were they add-ons?
They were manufactured by with BNC connectors, but
wow.
it was subcontracted out, and I will send you the photographs of the pictures of whoever made it. I can't remember, but it's a company that's kind of well known for subbing, doing subcontracting work.
I see. Do you have a pellet or a generator or all tubes?
I'm sorry?
Do do you have the RCA version? I'm sorry, I'm away from the computer. Do you have a color bar generator that's all tube, that's made by RCA?
Yes, in fact, I do. I have the WA1A color bar generator.
Yes, yes. I have one too. Here, let me show you. Just a
Yeah,
second.
that's another one where I took everything apart, did a lot of cleaning up with steel wool, took the transformers off, sandblasted them, repainted the transformers, replaced a bunch of capacitors, including the electrolytics. But yeah, I used that WA1, and then I plugged the RGB outputs from that into the Lenco, whatever model number encoder it is, and produced color.
Oh, excellent.
Here, I'll shut up so you can go full screen.
This is the one I have. Does it look like similar to this one?
Very similar, except mine has two capacitors down there in the bottom.
That one, the one next to the transformer?
Yeah, okay, there you go. Yeah. I wish I knew how to share the screen, because I don't have a camera, so it doesn't seem to give me the option to share files. If I had that, I would just pop up the files on my collection of pictures and show you. But I actually have photos of it lit up and working, and pictures of the oscilloscope that was sampling the R and the G and the B outputs, and then you have a picture of the thing on a desk feeding the Lenco encoder, and while feeding an old Sony CRT type television, making color bars without the I and the Q bar.
Is it pretty stable?
I'm sorry?
I'm sorry. The computer. Is it pretty stable?
Oh, very stable. Yes.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. Once I cleaned it all up, changed capacitors. There's a switch on there that's about 4 or 5 wafers that switches between the various modes, between just bars or the I bar, the Q bar, the I and the Q bar, and whatnot. That was a little dirty, and I had to tear that all apart and use silver metal polish to clean up the contacts on it. But once it was done, it's stable as a rock.
Excellent. Yeah, I haven't done anything to mine or the same generator that's in the back room yet, because it's going to be quite a ways to go before I can get to I get to them.
You know, the next thing on my list of things to collect would be a colorplexer, a TX1A or B or C or D, so that I can plug that in as well as the color bar generator, and at least have that much of the camera chain working.
Yeah, I don't have any room to put this generator because my rack is full.
Well, I can imagine. Yeah. Yeah, I must have 12 racks worth of stuff in the basement. And just lots of stuff has been projects that have started that I have parts in boxes in front of them, and it's just whenever I get back to the particular project, I'll get the boxes out and start rooting through the parts, and I've got lots of replacements. You know, I came up with 7 or 8 projects that all needed new capacitors, including the TG1As.
Wow.
And I've inventoried how many capacitors of every value, and between them on eBay and buying them from New Arc Electronics, I've got hundreds and hundreds of capacitors to replace in all this stuff.
My stars. Some of the equipments, I think I know the quad machine does, but I think the sync generator has, and I don't remember, it has 1 or 2 12AX7s, and those are like through the roof.
Oh, cost-wise?
Yes.
Oh yeah, it's because these audio fools, they want to call themselves audiophiles. They've destroyed the entire market on particular vacuum tubes, 6L6.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Yes.
Mortgage, you could sell your grandchildren, to get a pair of matched 6L6s. 12AX7s, good Lord, they're astronomical. 12AU7.
Yes.
Just outrageous.
And don't let it be gold pins. Oh.
And I couldn't tell you how many times on eBay I'll see somebody selling anything that has a transformer and like a 5Y3, and they advertise it as RCA audio amp, $500. They're selling things they don't know the first things about. You get these guys who go to estate sales, and they must have user groups or buzzwords, something that they know that there's people out there who will mortgage off their children to go buy something that's like an audio amplifier, and to spend ridiculous money on it in hopes of turning, I don't know, I've seen AM broadcast modulation monitors advertised as audio amplifiers or do-it-yourself audio amplifier kit. It's like, no, whoever designed it to be one thing. It was designed to be an RCA amplitude modulator, modulation monitor.
Exactly.
It wasn't just anything else, and chances are there aren't that many people out there, particularly now, 40, 50, 60 years later, they have the intelligence to be able to turn something that was otherwise designed to be a specific product into an even better something that's something else.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, eBay is just rife with morons.
Yeah, it's just interesting. It's there was a no meter. I bought one a while back, but the opticals went out in it, and I found one. But the problem is, it's in Mexico, and the guy was selling it for cheap, about 150, but then the shipping was 127. Then there's a problem of getting from going through customs, which probably will stack another price on it. I just forget it.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not even worth it.
Ridiculous. There's another trend going on. I reached into my I had to work on my household plumbing, and whoever designed the house decided that they were going to put the water inlet to the house and the water meter under the steps to the cellar. So I had plumbing. So I had to get down there and turn off the valves for the house water.
Yes.
And while I was down, I noticed that, okay, there's some shelves here, and I had put my old Heathkit digital multimeter on that shelf, which I had built back in the 1970s. And it uses two Nixie tubes, you know, the multi-layer, basically they're a neon with, you know, each segment has a little piece of metal shaped like a number 1 or number 2 or number 3 or whatever.
Yes.
And they're filled with neon, and depending on what pins you apply voltage to, you get a readout. So okay, I took it out and I started to work on it, and I thought, what if I ever had to replace those tubes? So I started looking for the tubes, and they're a Philips brand tube called a ZM1000.
Mm-hmm.
They're going for $200 a piece. You know, 20 years ago, you know why they're going for that? Because somebody thought all of a sudden that Nixie tube digital clocks are cool. So people are doing anything to buy Nixie tubes. They're buying Russian Nixie tubes.
Yes.
They again, they mortgage off their children to be able to buy these Nixie tubes. Yeah, they're morons.
Were they at least NOS stock or used?
Some of them are used. Some of them, I think the really high dollar ones are new old stock, but the ones that are used aren't selling for that much less.
Gosh, that's terrible.
It's ridiculous. You know, for people like you and me that, you know, have to do simple repairs or whatever, you know, it prices us out of the market.
Gosh. That's why with the encoder of the OB, I think they're OB3s, but someone upgraded it to these high current, high voltage type Zeners. And when I looked at the price of those, I said, you know, 50 out of 50, they're gonna blow again. So I just decided just to went back to the old original design. The two tubes only cost me $2.50 a piece. So with the shipping, it was roughly $9. They're still working today, working perfect, no problem. And that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, a lot of those tubes, you know, voltage regulator tubes, unless you are just, you know, beating them to death every day, they will last an eternity.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I've had the great fortune of prior to 2011, I worked for a company called Xera, which was a television transmitter manufacturer. And prior to that, I worked, prior to 2003, I worked at a different Pittsburgh television station. Mm-hmm. And in the process of cleaning up at the television station and in my travels working for Xera, mm-hmm. I would find TV stations that were throwing out cases of vacuum tubes that they were never going to use. Mm-hmm. And I'd say, what are you going to do with that? Mm-hmm. They go, we're going to throw them out. I said, would it be an imposition for me to just take them off your hands, and I'll just I'll take them to the FedEx tonight and ship them back home. I have thousands of vacuum tubes. In fact, I'm trying to remember the call sign. It was a Dallas television station, had a monoscope, the Indian head test pattern camera.
Uh-huh.
And I walked into their shop and I looked at the box, and it was a really, really old box. And I looked at the top of it and it said 2F21.
Oh my stars.
And I started
Wow.
pale. My heart started like racing. My hands were shaking.
Oh.
And I opened it up, and here is a brand new, unused 2F21 Indian head monoscope tube.
Wow.
I said to the chief engineer, I said, what are you going to do with this? He says, good Lord, put that down. That's radioactive. I said, why do you say that? He said, oh, look at it. It's all black. It's, it's like one of those X-ray tubes. You don't ever apply voltage to that. I said, well, tell you what, I know a place in Pittsburgh that disposes of these things. I didn't tell him it was my house that was going to dispose of it for him. So he says, well, get it out of here, because I can't put it in a dumpster. I'm afraid to put it in a dumpster. Well, it's got, and he points to other tubes on his desk that are mercury vapor and whatnot. He says, I can't do anything with these. I have to call in a hazmat team. And they're really good, brand new, in the box, like 8008s and 872 and 866 mercury vapor rectifiers, like you'll find back there in that TT5 in the corner.
Yes. Oh.
I said, well, I'll tell you what, if it would make you feel any better, I can ship them to a place in Pittsburgh and we can dispose of them. Oh, Bill, could you do that? Oh, yeah, I can. I'll be so happy to do that for you. They're all in my basement. And I put the 2F21 in my Indian head monoscope camera.
Uh-huh.
I just haven't had a chance to hook it up yet.
Wow. That was like, oh my stars. Wow. Brand new.
Brand new box, never used. Because what they did was, and I've seen it online since, and I don't remember, I'm trying to remember the call sign. KDFL, I believe it was, or KD, it was something Lake Dallas, Texas, KDLT, maybe it is. The Indian head, they got the custom, the 2D, whatever it is, tube that has the custom artwork. That's the one that their picture is on YouTube. And that's whatever they did with the camera. I don't know. The camera went with the other custom tube, but that's okay. I don't care about that. I want the original RCA Indian head tube. So they gave, maybe they had the Indian head tube for a couple of days or weeks until their custom tube arrived, and then they put the custom tube in it, and then they were ready to throw it away. And it's been sitting on their parts shelf for like 40 years, and now it's sitting in Pittsburgh.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's amazing. That's amazing.
It's the same way with the TK41. And it was given to me. The TK41, I never paid a penny for the camera itself, aside from pieces, parts, and whatnot. I started at WJAC TV, Johnstown, Pennsylvania, in late May, early June, 1976. Worked there from June through September. And then September, I was hired as a summer vacation relief intern. September came along. I had to go to the University of Pittsburgh. I went away. The internship ended. But I had gone to this vocational technical school as a high school. And March and April, my second term at Pitt was done, and I decided I'm going to go visit my high school teacher, like the high school electronics teacher. And I walk in to find my two electronics teachers standing there talking about what are they going to do with these two RCA color television cameras. What are you going to do with this? They said, well, you started to work at Channel 6. Channel 6 decided they wanted a tax write-off, so they gave us these two cameras.
Okay.
So I kind of inventoried everything. I said, okay, you got one pedestal, one case, two camera heads, two proc-ins, two control panels, two color plexers, two power supplies, which of course you need 4 on 2 cameras. They had 2 focus voltage regulators, 2 focus current regulators.
Wow.
But, you know, they only had 1 cable. And I said to them, well, you know, what are you going to do here? And they said, well, we'd like to get it working, but we don't know the first thing about it. And we don't have time to put it together. And I said, well, I just worked with this stuff, you know, last summer after I graduated. I graduated high school. So I dug out the books and made a rack and put the power supplies in the focus current supply, the focus voltage supply, the color frequency standard, the burst flag generator, the sync. They had that one had a TG2A sync generator, and a couple other things, distribution amps and whatnot. Connected the cable all up and made before the everybody left for their summer vacation. I got 2 of the seniors to help me put one of the camera heads on the pedestal, and they let me go for the rest of the summer, and I made the camera work.
Wow.
So I had the teacher's phone number, and I said, okay, what are you going to do with the other one? It's just sitting here. There's no cable. There's no pedestal. And he said, well, you're welcome to do with it whatever you want. And it's your payment for making the first one work. Cool. Well, as you well know, that camera head weighs 350 pounds.
Oh, yes.
And there I was by myself in this otherwise empty high school, trying to figure out how to get all this stuff home. So I would go up there and load 1 or 2, like today I get a power supply, tomorrow I get a focus current regulator, the next day I get the focus voltage regulator, put it in my car, take it home. Well, what do you do about a 350-pound camera head? You dismantle it. You'll put it together at home and hope that someday, somewhere, you'll find a camera cable. So, okay, we'll disconnect the yoke. We'll disconnect another yoke. Take out the horizontal chassis. Take out the vertical chassis. Dismantled a lot of stuff. Took the viewfinder home. Took all the back panel off with all those the pots that are the horizontal and vertical size for red and blue, and the Q, you know, the one with the green cap on it. Took all that stuff individually, had to carefully mark all the harnesses and cut the harnesses and document everything. And I thought, well, I finally got the thing to the point where it's light enough I can pick it up. And I got it out to my car, and the trunk was not big enough to put it in. And it was everything I could do just to pick it up and put it in the trunk.
Okay.
Didn't work. So I put it, it was a little flatbed 4-wheel dolly. I pushed it back into the school, and I went back to the electronics classroom, and here the door was locked. It was after 5 o'clock. What am I going to do? I'll leave it here. I'll come back tomorrow. I'll find somebody who can help me. So overnight, the school janitors come through and they see this empty hulk of a camera and they assumed it's garbage.
Oh no.
All the optics blocks, the blowers, the Image Orthicon blowers, the whole housing assembly. They figured it's junk. They trashed it. So I've been holding on to it since spring of 1977, holding on to all those pieces and parts, hoping somewhere I was going to find a camera housing and a cable. Finally, I turned 62 this year, and I decided, you know what? It's never going to happen. If it hasn't happened in 40 years, let's assume it's not going to happen. I'm going to turn what I have into a working test jig. And that's all there is to it. But I'm not going to just go and scrap what I have.
Have you tried some of the movie studios? Maybe give them an offer. At least you get the shell part.
I have not thought of that. I had gone to the National Association of Broadcasters convention several times, and there was people at the National Association of Broadcasters convention that had TK-41s that were gutted, and they were just display items. And I would ask them, well, what do you want for it? It's not for sale. Well, if it were for sale, what would you want for it? $100,000. Oh man, yeah, come on. You know, you can't possibly, you know, what is it? It's a prop to you. You know, so it was so discouraging. So, you know, if I come across a cabinet, or if you happen to know of somebody that's got a cabinet, feel free to share.
Of course, but that is extremely rare. I wouldn't know where to look except for a prop studio, but just the shell part. Apex, where I usually go to get surplus stuff. I mean, they deal with aerospace and medical and the TV broadcast, and they have stuff back in the 70s and 60s. They would not, I mean, long as I've been going to that place, I have never seen anything like that.
Did you say Apex?
And not Ampex, Apex, AAPEX.
Where are they?
They're like in Sun Valley. Their number is 818-767-7202.
All righty.
And they that's what they deal with, a lot of stuff like that.
Okay.
And speak to Mike. He runs the front desk, and he knows everything in the place, basically.
Okay. I have all that written down here now.
Yeah, they have everything. Some of my Jones connectors for the TK-41 came from them.
Oh. Yeah, that's the the 41 the Cinch Jones connectors are available on eBay too. They're sometimes they're overpriced, but they're not generally outrageous.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, that's something I'm looking for. I have to look through my stock. Since I'm going to make 3 individual cameras out of this, there's the yokes have 2 RG62 coaxes and as many as 3 this TEL73 coaxes coming out of it. So, but there's also a number of number 22 cables, 22 wires, which I intend to make these 3 yokes detachable with like a Cinch Jones 33-pin connector on the back, so that if I ever do come up with some way to extend them, each image orthicon can be separated from the others and become its own camera. But you know, short of having a cabinet to put them in, which if I had a cabinet, that's another thing is eBay has been good to me. There's 3 or 4 vendors that sell number 22 Teflon hookup wire that you can get that has the same striping as color striping as the RCA. And it's very easy to replicate the RCA color striping conventions. You know, like way over to the right side of the schematic is a wire table.
Exactly.
It tells you exactly what wire numbers are what color striping convention, and then if you go up about 5 or 6 pages, there's a wiring diagram that says, okay, this is wire number 171, and it goes to R58 on TB 9-7 or something, you know.
Yes. I think that's the grid. It's like a grid chart.
Yeah, I had to magnify it about 20 times to be able to read it.
That's the same with me. And then some of the type on there, you can't tell if it's a one number from the other, or one letter from the other, which was difficult to do.
Yeah. It's very tough to read unless you really magnify it.
Yeah, I ran into a lot of problems when I was building the interface, and I would look on the schematic, and you know, when they have a line crossing another one, there was some instance you couldn't tell if that was a dot where they intersect, or it just goes straight across without connecting to that line. So that was
oh yeah. very, very difficult. Yeah, that would be a true test of patience to make that interface that you did. But yeah, I'll share this rear panel thing that I created. It incorporates both the rear panel and the image orthicon setup panel, and also the protection circuit, because you know there's a 12, I believe, 12 AT7 and a 6 AH5 and a relay, like a 8,000 ohm relay that provides the protection for the tube. And I had to take all that and put it in a box.
Wow.
And make this. I mean, it's not the neatest thing. It's not at all been made minuscule or minute. It's just a big 19 by 19 panel with lots and lots of pots and sub-assemblies on it. But you know, it's everything else about the camera that makes it work.
Yeah, my circuit, I made a detection circuit, and it taps off the yoke. Matter of fact, it's like a floating tap. And I go into some op amps to try the LED, and on that swing out panel on the side, when I bring up the voltage on the camera, I check to see if I have sweep. And if both green lights are on, I have sweep. Then I let it cook for at least about 20 or 30 minutes at least. Once I feel like everything is stabilized, Then I will take the IO switch and put it back to normal, then bring up the beams and the in the targets on each tube.
Right. Good. Yeah. Careful with those. They're, you don't want to bring them up capped, and you don't want to bring them up with too much light on them either.
Exactly. Yeah, I use low iris, and I bring them up. Actually, I don't even turn on any lights to hit the test pattern. I leave everything, off. Bring it up to where I got a discharge. Then bring up the. There's a switch where I think it's 2 volts above, if I remember right. You bring up the target, then for each tube, then turn off the test, then bring the iris up.
That sounds right.
Yeah, but on the alignment, yeah, I still have to use low light to do the registration. One time I had it perfect, and one time the second time when I finally got a picture on it, then I went back and done some focusing and stuff. But I did get one time I did get perfect registration on it. But there's a problem with the viewfinder that it's chopping off the beginning of the sweep. It's chopped off, and I can't see my grading, the first part of my grading bar. So but the funny part on my TK11 viewfinder, it works perfectly. But when I upgraded to this different flyback and some other stuff they put on it, I just came to the conclusion that the design they done is just not working adequately.
I can believe that. One thing I have, since the viewfinder doesn't have a camera to sit on for the 41, of course, you realize that everything in the camera head, as far as horizontal and vertical sync, it doesn't use native horizontal and vertical sync out of a sync generator. It has to go through the proc amp, where it's reconstituted. Offhand, I've never brought up the proc amp, so I don't know what voltage is, what the impedance is, or what the timing relationship is to, native house sync. So once I get the proc amp working, then I'm going to use it to drive the viewfinder. And to drive the viewfinder without a camera, I came up with a circuit that I can play back a beta tape. And the beta tape, most beta machines will come out in Y, R minus Y, B minus Y. I have a circuit that will decode R minus Y, B minus Y into red, blue, green, and depending on what polarity you need, I just put in an inverting op amp, and I put some pots in there to add sync to it. Can add or remove sync. So then you have an individual red, an individual blue, and an individual green circuit to feed into the viewfinder. Based, and of course the tape machine will be fed from native house sync, and in doing that, then I'll be able to proof the viewfinder using something other than camera video, because I don't really technically have a camera. The best I can do is hope to put all 3 image orthicons on some sort of a test frame, or maybe make a transparency. Which might be my best bet, is to make a transparency and put some neutral density filters in front of each image orthicon and just shine light into it. so that the image that they get will be, whatever the image, whatever the transparency gives them. Otherwise, I don't have an optical system to make the image orthicons really make an image from a live, a studio or something. So yeah, the viewfinder will have to be driven from this YRB to RGB circuit without, the subtract sync, and then it'll run that into the viewfinder just to proof the viewfinder once I get done with that.
Now, is this for test purposes, or wait, did you say you're going to connect it to the camera, or you're going to have a separate as a test? I mean, you got the Betacam driving the viewfinder?
Just the Betacam driving the viewfinder, because
okay,
there's no camera head to set the viewfinder on. That rectangular connector that is on the that goes between the viewfinder and the camera head.
Yes.
It has nothing to mate with. So the viewfinder has to be separately.
Okay. Well, what I done when I was working on the viewfinder by itself, that was the first item I worked on. I just ran regular video, but with no sync. I removed the sync. Matter of fact, I had to modify the 1410 to make it non-composite video coming out to run the video portion. Then I used the horizontal drive and vertical to drive the sweep sections.
Yeah, I tend to think, I could be wrong, but it seems to me that the viewfinder, since it's driven directly from the video preamp, it's probably not even getting a full volt of video. I don't know that for certain.
I forget, but I think I believe it was 0.7, but I can't be sure. But I think it might have been around that.
Okay, could be.
Yeah, instead of 1 volt, I think it was 0.7.
Okay. I'll have to see what I can get. But yeah, I can't rely on the camera to give me, any kind of quality video to test the viewfinder with.
What type of color bar generator you have?
The color bar generator. Well, I've got several. I've got the RCA WA1 with using the Lenco encoder, but I've also got a Leach sync generator that has a color bar generator integral to it, and I believe I also have another like a video sweep generator that has a color bar generator built into it.
What's the name of that one? The last one that has a sweep built in.
I wish I could remember. In fact, I used it without. I turned a sweep off and used it to sweep the preamplifiers whenever I had completely restored the preamps. There's a circuit. If you look at the schematic for the preamp, it tells you to put 4 resistors on. While I'm at it, let me go and look at the document here. RCA 41.
I think it was a test. I think it was a test jig of some sort to hook up.
That's the one.
Yeah. The one, when I swept I have a spectrum analyzer that has a tracking generator built into it. And I
Yeah.
use that to measure to see this, look at the frequency response of that preamp.
Yeah, it's 4 resistors, 1/2 watt, total 18,000 ohms. If you look at figure 40, if you've got the same book I do, now what they don't tell you is you're supposed to terminate your source at 75 ohms to ground, and then you go through the 18 k ohm resistors and a 51 puff capacitor. You plug that video into that attenuator circuit, that pad, and then into the preamp, so that you don't blow the preamp up.
Yes.
But then, yeah, the video sweep generator I have, it has little markers on it, and it has a sweep output rate on it, so you can drive your oscilloscope and make it into technically a spectrum analyzer.
Exactly.
And then it becomes, in effect, tracking generator. And looking at the markers, I had it fairly flat, because it doesn't do 2 or 10 dB per division. It only does linear. And if it was 10 dB division per division, it would be flat as a pancake. It was a beautiful. I'll send you the photographs. These things were rebuilt with all 1 and 2% precision resistors. All the capacitors are, post 21st century capacitors. They're probably all, made in the past 5 years. And the circuits probably exceed what originally had been manufactured by RCA, because I don't think they probably made capacitors that well back then. But
what did you use for? What did you use for a voltage source to drive those preamps?
I have a WP16.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the one that I had taken down to the bare chassis, sandblasted it, had it plated again with bright zinc plating, all completely rewired with Teflon wire. It's better than new. It's pretty spectacular.
Wow.
I have 2 of those. One that I didn't rebuild yet, but it was working fine just the way I got it. But the other one that I rebuilt, actually, I got it for a few dollars on eBay, and whenever I got it, the FedEx guy or the UPS guy must have dropped it from 20 feet, because it was twisted. And once I hammered it all out, I plugged it in and turned it on, and the capacitors all exploded. It's like, okay, that's it.
Yeah.
We're starting.
That's the thing with me when I brought my up. There was another problem with it, so I started to tinker around and poof, capacitor. So I went on eBay, replaced that one. We're done it again, and I was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and one of them blew up in my face. So I said, no, I got to replace all the capacitors.
They have some nasty stuff in them. They can screw up your lungs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was right in front of it whenever it let loose, and as soon as I held my breath and ran out of the room. I waited 20 minutes until the dust settled before I went back in.
Same with me. I have a big fan that I sucked all that stuff out of there.
Yeah. But it's I guess it's therapeutic for me. Whenever I decide that I'm going to rebuild something, I rebuild it better than new, or at least as good as new. I've got one of those color frequency standards is one of my current projects. RCA did this crazy thing with their crystals. They put them in these ovens that they had like a red top on them and a black bottom. It's called something like a TMV 149, and they had some sort of a method of holding the crystal in there with like just like a pair of aluminum or steel plates or something. I don't know what it was, but there's no way in the world you're ever going to find a crystal to replace it. And most of those holders that I'm finding are, frankly, talk about overpricing. There's a guy that's got one on eBay for color frequency, 3579545. He wants $100 for it. He's had it on there, 5 years. He wants $100. Doesn't seem to realize he's never going to get it because the only you and me know what 3579545 means. Okay, the number of people that know what that number is you could probably count on one hand and have a couple fingers left over. But he's still going to charge $100 for it. So I just take. Go ahead.
Yeah. Did you try to negotiate with him?
I go and find the ones that are the housings that are cheap, and then I got them, and then I ordered crystals from Bomar, or when they were still in business, International Crystal. I get them in the HC6 package, and get sockets, and I mount the sockets in these oven housings, and put the little crystals in their sockets and close them all up. And guess what? They work just as well as the original RCA crystal does.
Excellent.
And, improvise, adapt, overcome, and improvise, or, whatever the Marine Corps thing. I was never a Marine, but it seemed like a pretty good idea. But, that's in the next coming months, I'll reconstitute this color frequency standard, and all those bumblebee capacitors, which I'm sure if you ever find bumblebee capacitors, cut them out of the circuit. Throw them.
Matter of fact, let me show you something. I had a lot of problems with the vertical. And again, you fix it, come back next week, not working. So this happened to me 4 times. And on the 4th time, forget this, I'm changing every single capacitor. Here, I'll show you.
Okay. Yeah, what I've always heard about bumblebee capacitors is cut them out of circuit, find a metal garbage can, throw them into the metal garbage can. If they make a noise, they're bad.
Yes. Here they are right here. There.
There you go.
Yeah, all the oranges, and there are some bumblebees in there, but they're kind of holding outside, let them alone. But from here, from left to right, they all shorted on me. Nearly shorted.
Yep, I still see a couple in there. Yeah. They're going to have to go.
Yeah. Eventually, I'm going to have to pull them out.
You know what you're missing? I don't see it on your deflection chassis there. In the bottom right-hand corner, where you have a sort of a flat, it looks like there's a danger sign there.
Okay, let me lock the camera. It keeps moving on me. Wait just a second. Let's stay put. Okay, here we go. Okay, right here.
Yeah, right there where it says danger. On mine, there is a little 90-degree piece of aluminum, angle aluminum with a 9-pin tube socket with, I believe the tube number is 6922, and there's 2 Bumblebee capacitors that need replaced, but yours doesn't have that. I guess it was a modification later.
It was. I'm not sure, but I bought some chassis when Chuck Paris was getting rid of a lot of his stuff. In just a second, I'm going to walk in here and get it. In just a second. Okay, I got the chassis. Is it this one? Just right there?
There you go. That's it. That's the one. There's 2 capacitors on the bottom side of that, or the back side of that, and plus a small electrolytic. Actually, the original is actually a small tantalum that I replaced with a standard modern electrolytic.
What is that tube used for? Because I cannot find it on the schematic.
Let me go look. I will. Wish I had the ability to share.
Do you also have the meter too? Right below this. Well, I have it flipped around, so it will be above the tube. This one here.
Here we are. Yeah, the 6922 circuit.
Well, is this the older version, or this is a more modified version? Or?
Let's see. It is. It's fed B plus, 280 volts. The input is from what the heck? It has to do with orthicon blanking. On the schematic I'm looking at, there is a lead that comes off of pin 6 of tube V101A, and it comes down to the grid pin 2, grid on pin 2 of that V107. And the output the output is, okay, there are 3 BNC connectors on the horizontal deflection chassis. One goes to the red IO to the target, one to the blue target, one to the green target, and they're separated by capacitors C104, 105, and 106.
Okay.
And the pulse that blanks the target comes out of that 6922 circuit.
Because I have here on my schematic, I don't get it. Did you say V101A?
What's that again?
Yeah. Did you say V101A?
Yes.
Okay, I have it. So mine must be built into the chassis normally. Check that. Mine is, yeah, I have V101A. I'm gonna look at the V version of this camera because I'm looking at the C. Let's see if that has it too.
The V101A is a 12AT7.
Okay, now in my photograph for the B version, the tube is on the back of the chassis. Like the one you have, that's in the B, but it's like the C didn't go with the method. So I think this is an older, I think you have the older chassis.
Yeah, this actually has the designation on the schematic that this is a kit, apparently a retrofit. And you know, RCA does everything by MI number, like Mary Indigo. And the kit number is 40876.
So this was like a new modification to it?
Apparently.
Okay.
It was either a retrofit or they must have sold it to some TV stations as a kit and then put it into subsequent production models.
Okay. So my camera, let's see if I can find one on this one. Chassis already. Yeah, I have it. Is it a 12AT7?
What's that?
Yeah, the tube. I'm sorry, I got that away from the computer. The tube for V101, is it a 12? Whoops, wait a minute. 12. Yeah, is it a 12AT7?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I have it mounted on the chassis. The one you saw that was mounted on my camera, it's actually mounted on the chassis.
Yeah, that's the regular production model standard tube.
Uh-huh.
The one on that little 90-degree angle bracket is tube number V107.
Uh-huh. Oh, 107. Okay.
It's an unusual tube, and it's a 6922, which is like a militarized, ruggedized 12AT7.
Yes. Oh, do you have a meter above that, like a small meter?
A meter
Yes.
on that chassis?
Yes.
No, I don't.
Yeah, mine does for some reason. There's a little voltmeter above the 12AT7.
I have seen that on occasion. I've never known what that was about.
It says here, this one is an AC. So I don't know if they're monitoring the filament.
Oh, that would be a good idea. You know, to have a control on filament voltage and have an idea what's going on with them, because you know, filament voltage management is a large influence as to how long you're going to keep the tube operating.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
particularly in transmitter tubes, you know, there's a whole thing of, you know, like you put a power grid tube in a transmitter, and you may run it at full rated voltage for the first 24, 48 hours. And after that, you turn it off, you know, until you start seeing emissions drop off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so they probably were very cautious not to either under voltage or over voltage those image orthicons back in the day.
On the board I made, each, I think the closest, the one I didn't have to put a variactor on, I believe it was the Proc Amp. The Proc Amp was around 6.31, somewhere around there. But I remember the encoder was under. It was like 6.2 at 120 volts. So that had to be voltage stepped up a bit. And the focus regulator was okay, and the focus current regulator and the focus voltage regulator was okay. So it was just the ones I have control was the camera and the Proc Amp.
Yeah, and you think about it, most of those transformers that they have were multi-tap primaries. So it could be like 105, 115, 125 volt transformers.
Yes.
So you may have to retap those if you can't get the.
Oh,
the
I did. But what happened? It's not it was too high or too low, but not even close. Yeah, so
well,
I had
to. I was going to say the other option is you may end up having to run a separate variac for the Proc Amp and a separate variac for the camera head.
I did. I have a pot running the encoder, and I have a variactor running the camera. Then I have a main variactor that's running everything, because because where I live, my voltage, you just never know what voltage you're going to have during that day where I live. It's always very varying. I think the highest I seen it was 128 volts.
What?
Yes, it's that bad.
This is in Ohio?
No, this is in Southern California.
Oh, I thought you were in Ohio.
No. Way on the East Coast. I'm sorry, West Coast. West Coast.
Well, okay, right now you're at the museum, right?
What, at the museum? Or no. This is my house.
Oh.
Yeah, I have a small house in the back. And this is my lab.
Oh, okay.
I see. You thought this was a museum? Or like a building?
Yeah, the museum just on the west side of Columbus.
Oh no. This is a private house.
Oh.
Yeah. This is about, I think it's a 19 by 25 feet room. And I have 3 quads one 1-inch and 2 cameras in this little bitty room.
Oh, good Lord. That's more densely populated than what I am. Yeah, because I mean, we were on this meeting with Steve McVoy, and I was at his museum in Columbus. So 4 years ago, or whatever, I thought that was where you were at.
No, no, I'm way over here. I would love to be over there, but no, I'm way west.
Probably be a lot less expensive than living in Southern California.
Oh gosh, it's terrible here. It's terrible. The prices are just no end.
Clearly. Wow. Yeah, I watched the news out of California. I wondered if your governor was going to get recalled.
Yeah, no, it made it through. Interesting. He made it through, but everybody was like complaining about the way things was handled during COVID, and I personally, I don't think anybody could have done any better.
Yeah, I don't. I think it was more the fact that he was caught at the French Laundry without a mask, having a big party, telling everybody else that you can't go anywhere, you can't do anything, you can't talk to anybody. But the rules don't apply to me.
Yes, I remember that one. Yes.
But yeah, so that's I thought you were working on the TK-41 that Steve McVoy has out there in Ohio.
Oh, no, that's, I think I explained it during the meeting, but no, all this taken 10 years. I mean, some of, like, the beginning of it was from Chuck Paris, and how I found out about this camera, he had it on eBay. He had the complete works except for the aperture corrector, and at that time, not the IO controller. He had it on eBay in 2002 for $2,500.
Oh my word!
Yes,
I was
at that time, yes. And then afterwards, when I bought it, then the Western electric rack came about a year later. So bits and pieces started to come in during the 10 years.
My word, I don't think I had even looked at eBay until 2003 or 2004.
Oh, wow.
It was I just wasn't in the market for anything. I was a chief engineer at the TV station. It was just, I was working 70-hour weeks, and it was killing me. I didn't have time for much of anything.
Yeah.
But my word, if I had known, of course, at that time, Chuck Ferris was in California, right?
Yeah, he was at the time. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I would have had to transport all that across the country, and that would have cost more thousands of dollars than the original price of the equipment.
Mm-hmm.
But that's because I think he also, I'm not sure where Steve McVoy got his TK-41, but they had parted theirs out. They gave like the horizontal chassis to one guy and the vertical chassis to somebody else, and the viewfinder to a third person, and said, okay, buy whatever you need, send us the invoice, and just build it and make it like new. So This is the culmination of all that. I don't know whatever happened to his TK-41.
Okay. Yeah, I think I saw something on YouTube on that. I'm not sure, but I think there was one person talking about the TK-41, and he had the horizontal chassis that they were going to build. but he never did say who was the source that he got this chassis from to rebuild. So I think it was during that period. What you're saying, that probably that's what started that up.
Okay.
Not yet. No, all this was done in a little bitty house in the back. Basically.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, I've got all the more respect for you, because here I thought you were just helping Chuck out, and here this is your own enterprise.
Yeah, my own camera. Yeah.
Wow. I'm envious.
It was a challenge. Because and the funny thing about when I saw it on eBay, I wasn't thinking too much about 41s and 11. I said, this really looks interesting. I'm gonna go for it. And I went and bought it, and it's actually set a year before I really started to get into it, basically. And so when I got the service manual for it, and I said, this is really interesting. I'm really gonna try to get this thing going.
Well, it's the kind of thing that unless you had worked with one, you're really to sit down and read the book for cover to cover several times till you get a feel for it. Because if you've never seen one work, and you've never worked with anybody that could say, oh yeah, here's what we used to do in the day, and we used to turn them on and warm them up, and turn this knob this way, turn that knob that. You're taking a huge chance on just going, okay, plugs in, switch, and boom.
Well, let me tell you, when I started to read the Image Orthicon really in depth, and I found out some of the do nots you're not supposed to do and some of the do's, I said right then, before we power up this camera, when it comes that time, I'm going to have to find me a TK11 where I can know that tube inside out. And when I done, I bought the power supply and CCU from Chuck Paris, but it taken me another 5 years before I actually got a camera hit. So now I got the camera hit. Another year before I receive a camera cable. So now I'm set. And so I worked on the TK11 to learn everything about the IO tube. And once I had that pat down to where I was more comfortable, what's going on and how it works and what's the mechanics in it, then I started to pursue deeply into the TK41. So actually the TK11 started me out to learn more about the 41.
That makes sense. Yeah, that's a very good idea. And the TK10, TK11, the preamp is almost identical.
They're identical. Yes.
And even the deflection circuits, although they're laid out physically different, there's not that much difference in the deflection circuits.
No, it's not. Basically, it's not. Basically, the old saying is that is 3 cameras in one container. Basically, it's like 3 TK11s. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's probably very wise that you would do the 11 first and get what to say, cut your teeth on it. Very good idea.
Because when I started the IO tube, I said, "Oh my stars!" I said, "What am I getting myself into?" But once I started to, do experiments and learn how it works and stuff, then I was more comfortable with it. And
it's really.
And I must have about maybe close to 16 IO tubes for the 11. because every time when a tube pops up, I will buy it. But at that time they were at a reasonable price. And there was 1 year that there was a lot of people had a lot of 5820s for some reason. And I just kept buying them up.
That's well, it's not like as though you're gonna get them from Best Buy.
Oh no, no way.
When you have an opportunity to get them at a reasonable price,
yes,
it's even if you buy 6 at one time and one that has the target smash. I found one. I got 3 at one time, and the mesh was crushed.
Oh no!
Wow. Around.
Oh.
It was hard, but it's still a good vacuum. It's just that something jarred that target mesh up, and it just looks like a broken mirror inside.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, I have 4 of them. I've been giving them away to cook, like a strange pop art. Here, you want to take it?
Yeah. But
do you have? Okay, go ahead.
I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. So some of them have that. I think it's ion burned in the center. It's like a white dot. There's some tubes that have little amounts. I have one tube that has a lot in the center, and then there are some tubes nothing, no problem. I think one tube I do have a burn-in in it. I tell you, there's no way I can get that out. But yeah, no. Basically, they all come on.
I don't think any of my tubes have that. I'm very fortunate.
You're lucky. That's good.
And like I said, the tubes that are in my 41, they're not 5820s.
Oh no.
Yeah, I can't remember what I said they were earlier, but they were not the 5820. Let's see. I'm not seeing it now.
I think they're 80 something. I have some.
Imaging. Yeah, 8673.
86. Okay.
Which, whenever I looked it up and got the spec sheet on it, it's a super high quality image orthicon. Apparently, it's beyond the quality of a 5820. The 80, in fact, says I've got. By the way, have you ever had to use? I don't know if you ever have to use it. Have you ever gone to Frank's POCnet?
No, never heard. What is the site about?
Every vacuum tube known to man, he has the data.
Wait, he has it data?
It's a database of every data sheet, like a manufacturer spec sheet on every vacuum tube known to man.
Really? What is his website called?
FRANK.
FRA.
Yeah, like Frank. Then space. Then POCNET.
POCENT.
POCnet. tube data.
Tube data.
Yeah, if you Google that, and it will come up, with a Frank's POCnet tube data sheets. Click on that, and then you have the choice of 0 tubes like 0A2, 0B1, all whatnot.
Wow.
Every tube from there on up through Z something. It's every tube that pretty much it was ever manufactured is on his page with everything from filament voltage, maximum plate voltage, you name it. I'm looking at one right now for the 8673, which I downloaded. All his are in PDF format, and you can download them.
Wow.
This is for exceptionally high quality performance in color and black and white studio television. The 8673 is designed to replace types 4513, 7513, 7513L, 8093, 8093A, and 8093AL. And it goes into heater voltage, heater current, direct inter-electrode capacitance, you name it. It goes through the pinouts. It goes through every little hint and tip, like, never do this, never do that, operating techniques. It has the transfer curves. It has the wavelength and angstrom spectrum, spectral sensitivity characteristic chart. Everything you could ever want to know about a vacuum tube is on that website.
I'll look him up. That's good to know.
Yeah, that is it's been a huge help to me, and I'm sure, if you're taking on all this old gear, it'll be a huge help to you too.
Thank you. Thank you.
Absolutely.
As I use, do you have the RCA book? The vacuum tube RCA book?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
In fact, I think this Frank dude has taken those books, taken the pages out and scanned them all.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But he's got,
yeah. Go ahead.
I was going to say, he's got pages from Philips. He's got pages from General Electric, pages from Tung Sol.
Wow.
Pages from Mazda, you name it. He's got pages from every manufacturer I could ever heard of, and then some.
That's interesting. Does he have foreign tubes as well?
Absolutely.
Wow. I think like the it's the EL34, I believe. I think that's the two.
Oh yeah. I'm making that.
Wow. My quad machine used those tubes. They use about I think for each MDA that tries the head and the cap stent, they use EL34s.
Ah. In fact, I'm on Frank's page right now. And there they are, EL34s. He's got Philips Radio, La Radio Technique, EI, Telefunken, Mullard, JJ, Svetlana, Tesla, RCA, Brimar, Undefined. Yeah, he's got pretty much every EL34 data page known to man.
Wow. That's a pretty good site.
Yeah, it's AF output pentode. Pentode intended for use as an audio frequency power amplifier. It shows the pinout. Plate is on pin 3. Pins 2 and 7 are filament. Cathode pin 8. Grid 1, pin 5. Grid 2, pin 4. Grid 3, pin 1. Yeah, it's all here.
I know some of the schematics, especially the TK11, it's hard to see what pin you're on because it's so like smeared. So I kind of had to resort back to the RCA book to see what pin it is.
Yeah, I've had that same problem. Let's see, TK11, camera head, manual. I have pretty much, not every, but pretty much most every RCA manual known to man. I'm sure I'm missing something somewhere, but I don't know that. I don't know what I'm missing. Yeah, okay, I have the camera head up right now, the schematic for the camera head for the 11. Now this one's pretty clear. This one's actually more clear than my 41.
Really? Because I know some of those pins, I don't remember which tube, I think it was in the video circuit that I recall one, I think it's a 6AH6. I was measuring and I couldn't tell what end was that thing on the, I think it was a plate.
In the preamp?
Yes, no, I'm sorry, no, in the CCU section.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the preamp is 6AH6s. Let me find the preamp or the processor. Viewfinder, camera head, preamp. Okay, what they did in this case is they have the head is in one manual. The studio camera control is another manual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've gone to what used to be called Kinko's, which is now FedEx office,
Mm-hmm.
with the, they at least here in Pittsburgh, they have one of those scanners to image schematics or blueprints or whatever
Yes.
that are up to 5 wide. So I take the staples out of all my RCA manuals and take all of my large format drawings to their large format scanner and scan them all to PDF.
Uh-huh.
So then in occasions like this, I'm looking here at the video amp number 1, which is their 6AH6, and the plate is on pin 5.
Pin 5, okay.
Yeah. It looks like both vacuum tube number 1, vacuum tube number 2
Mm-hmm.
are both 6AH6s.
Mm-hmm.
So your filaments are on pins 3 and 4.
2 and 4, okay.
Your cathode's on pin 7. Grid 1 is on pin 1. Your Grid 2 is on pin 6, and grid 3 is on pin 2.
Mhm.
See, I used to be an Xera field service whenever I was still with Xera, and it was a beautiful thing. I was there at the factory if I wasn't on the road, and I would take phone calls from people, and they could be off the air. They were in trouble in some fashion or another. And so I had every schematic of every transmitter on PDF files available to me from a central server. So if people called up, I'd call up the schematic and say, okay, let's check here, put your voltmeter between here and here and whatever. And I found the beauty in that. And so I decided that I was going to take my entire personal library of RCA manuals and do the same thing and have everything available on a PDF file that I could call up and expand out to like 600 times magnification, and be able to recall anything.
That's a good idea.
Yeah. I got to say, I am amazed that this cell phone battery has held up since 8 o'clock Eastern time. It's now 1:45 in the morning here in Pittsburgh. And this cell phone battery just keeps on chugging.
What type of iPhone?
No, this is a Samsung Galaxy S8, I believe. The company told us we had to go out and buy cell phones, and they would give us a stipend to buy it and to pay for the contract. And it's like, well, if you're going to give me money to go buy a phone, why don't I just get the cheapest one and I'll just pocket the rest of the money? I don't need all the bells and whistles. I just need to be able to answer phone calls and get emails. I don't need, a gazillion bells and whistles. And actually, I probably still have more bells and whistles than I've ever become accustomed to.
I still have my own iPhone 5.
Wow.
Still running. I haven't changed the battery yet, and it's still charging.
Wow. That's pretty good. Well, I should probably let you get on to more industrious endeavors. I don't know if you've had dinner yet, but if I figure that right, it's probably about 11 o'clock your time, right?
It's about, looking at my clock, it's like it's about 10, I believe 10:45.
Yeah, so you're going on 11 o'clock, 15 more minutes. So I will use your email here to forward on some photographs, and I'll see if I can extract that page that has the 6922 kit embedded in it.
Oh yeah.
So that if you don't have that schematic, I'll give you that page.
Oh, thank you.
And yeah, that's no problem. I prefer to share information than to try to hide behind it. I worked with guys before that if they repaired something and you said, "Oh, what did you do?" Oh, they would. And it's like, dude, why do if it happens again, why do I have to figure it out on my own?
Exactly. We had the same problem where I work, and the chief engineer, we're looking for a chief engineer right now. And the the last place, I'm sorry, the last chief engineer that worked there, he made a system, it's called a ESR. And so the TLC operator has to write one. The people in the maintenance department has to write one. So if there was a problem that night or that day, you just pull up the ESR and see what was going on. And it makes it much easier. And you're required to say, okay, well, this is what happened and this is how it was fixed. And it made things much easier now.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. What station do you work for?
34 Univision.
Oh, okay. Oh, I worked for, I did some work for Univision down in
Texas?
Phoenix. Probably, in fact, I think I did do some in Texas also.
Oh.
But Univision had, they had us come in and build and modify some transmitters in Phoenix and Flagstaff and in Tucson. In fact, come to think of it, we had arrived at the transmitter site at Phoenix the same day. We were at least working on the transmitter the same day that Tulsi Gabbard was. Some guy made an assassination attempt on her and shot her.
Oh wow!
Remember Tulsi Gabbard, the
Yes.
congresswoman?
Yes.
Yeah. That was the day. And I can't remember your director of engineering's name, but I met your director of engineering that day.
Now, you like the head on the East Coast or the West Coast, chief engineer?
West Coast.
Okay, Brent. Brent. How many years was this ago?
Oh, this probably would have been 2007, 2008, 2009.
I think he was still chief over the East Coast. So yeah, you probably met Brett.
Could be. I'm terrible with names. But he came around. He had a Rodian Schwartz ETL with him, and he was measuring our the transmitter. We would either I think one we rechanneled, another one we split it apart, rechanneled it, and put it into a different antenna. And he brought the ETL out and was measuring the side bands and the signal to noise and whatnot. And it was so much more compact than the gear that we had from the factory to do the same thing. And it was a neat little machine. It wasn't until I started working for Ion that they bought all the Ion stations, ETLs, and we put them in the racks, and now we can monitor the transmitter performance remotely. But that was a nifty little box.
Do you know Ion Blue? I don't know if you know. Do you still work for Ion?
Well, yeah, Ion was bought out by Scripps, but so now we're in most cities that had an Ion station. The Ion channel is still the -1 channel, but the -2 channel went from being kids programming called Cubo to the Bounce network, which is a Scripps owned property. It's there's Scripps owns Bounce and Court TV and True Real and Defy. That they own and coming out October 1st, they're going to come out with a news channel.
Wow!
But I still work for Ion, which is like a subdivision of Scripps now.
Okay. we have actually we receive Bounce. I'm trying to remember the names now. We receive Bounce, Grit, Crime, and
Yep.
there's one Asian channel, and I forget what number 6 is, but we all put that through the encoder, and then it's sent to the STL up to Wilson. But yeah, we have receivers to receive those.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
I gave up. They had a kids channel called Cubo. They gave that up, and they gave up what was called Ion, which was just like a mishmash of programming. And then they had three more subs, which were all shopping networks.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, which it must have brought them in money. I mean, otherwise they wouldn't have put anything on but color bars.
Wow. Does anybody, like in the old days where they used to shut down the transmitter to do maintenance? I don't think anyone's doing that right now. Everybody's on 24/7.
Well, we have the opportunity after any given day, providing we give them at least 48 hours notice, from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m., we can shut down the transmitter except on Fridays.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. But now with the solid state transmitters, in a clean room.
They never go out.
So, during that very short period of time, we get in there, we turn the transmitter off, switch the RF switch, make sure that the switch actually isn't seized up, turn the transmitter back on into the dummy load, sliders. If we have to do an adaptive correction run to get the signal noise of the MER back to better than 40-1, we'll do that. We have a Comarch transmitter. It's a solid state transmitter. We'll bust out the power supplies. They've got 3 General Electric modular power supplies that take in 277, and make like 50 volts DC out of that, and then they bus them all together to run the each power amp. And we'll switch the cooling pumps, make sure they sense a low pressure and switch, make sure that the heat exchangers fins are clean. You name it. We try to run the gamut on everything at least once a month. It usually doesn't take an hour. And then get everything back on, do an adaptive run, calibrate. We use a Burke remote control system for remote readings and creating logs. And then we'll make sure that there's no discrepancies between the Burke readings and the actual TPO readings off of the power meter. And once a month, 2 hours, and you keep doing that, and you're training. If there is something wrong with that transmitter, you're going to catch it, and if you don't, you're going to catch hell.
Oh yes. How much? Go ahead. No, go ahead. How much reflections do you have on your?
How much what?
How much reflection power do you have?
Oh, our reflected power is probably exaggerated, just because if it said 0, you could never discern whether it was there or not. So we actually jack it up to read like 0.02.
Okay.
But the last time the line was swept, there were actually points in the passband that were 1 to 1.004. So you're talking better than 50 dB return loss. You know, you're talking about an outstanding match, and there's effectively no reflected power. So we actually literally had to turn the reflected power meter up just so that you could tell that it was actually there.
Wow.
You know, it's, you know, but yeah, it was, we have a, the weak part in the transmission system is we have an ERI mask filter. Originally, we had a reflective filter, and they have two amplifier, HPA amplifier cabinets going into a combining hybrid, and that went into the reflective mask filter and came out and went to the antenna. But on the maiden voyage, as we were giving the transmitter its first birthday, we're turning the power up, and we're shooting for target TPO of, say, 27 kilowatts. We got to 22, and there was an arc inside the mask filter, which shut down. We immediately shut down the transmitter on high VSWR or arc. So we turned everything back down and then slowly brought it up again. And at about the same point, 22 kilowatts, it arced again. So we turned it down to about 15 or 20 kilowatts, waited until morning whenever corporate got up and said, guys, we got a problem. You need to put in a special temporary authorization with the FCC, and told them that, you know, the filter arced. So ERI, it took them months, but they created two more identical mask filters that were 90 degrees out of phase, and they brought in two more hybrids, so that now you have the two cabinets that come together into one hybrid. That hybrid feeds. Yet now we had to move the location for where the filtering was going to occur 20 foot away. So we got 20 foot of 6-inch 50 ohm line going to now the other hybrid, which now splits the power and goes into the two matched but 90 degree out of phase mask filters. Each one does their job, shaving off the upper and lower side bands, recombines yet into a third hybrid, goes back that 20 foot over to where the other filter used to stand, and then goes into the antenna switch to switch between antenna and dummy load, and then on its way out to the antenna. But they actually had to, since the filter can't handle more than 22, 23 kilowatts, they had to literally put 30 kilowatts in half to a pair of 15 kilowatt filters, which now are constant impedance filters, because with that hybrid, you also have a reject load, and that provides a perpetual 50 ohm load to the source, and it does a really nice job of attenuating out of band emissions. So, because of that, we have this super low return loss on the system.
Excellent. Your backup transmitter, is it the same vintage?
It's a 2019 model. It was part of the repack.
Okay.
whenever everybody was in that repack mode from 2019, or maybe 2018 through 2019, 2020, our due date was, I believe, June or July of 2019. So we got it done just in time. Of course, it was a flash cut because we signed off with an Xera Visionary that was on channel 38, and then we had some guys come out of Oregon. I'm trying to remember what the name of the company was, but they had a sky crane. Named the sky crane, come to think of it, was named Bubba, and Bubba was hired to go up and pick the antenna up off the top of the tower. There was actually it was a candelabra. There was two antennas, and they picked both antennas off and then put two new antennas on, and we signed back on about 14 hours later on channel 16. But that was quite the experience.
Are they located on a mountaintop, or is this a huge tower?
Well, it's one of the rare towers in Pittsburgh. It's actually on a hill, which is in the center of the downtown or uptown section of Pittsburgh, where the University of Pittsburgh has some dormitories. The University of Pittsburgh athletic field was just down over the hill until they demolished that and put in the Peterson Event Center. But this hilltop is probably only 300 or 400 foot above most everything else. Pittsburgh is a very hilly sort of place, but we're on a 650, almost 700 foot tower on top of this hill, but it still doesn't come up to the 2,049 foot Federal Aviation Administration cap of 2049. We're still below that cap. So we're literally right in the middle of town. And, when corporate was trying to figure out, gee, do we have to buy you a company car to drive 30 miles to the transmitter? I kind of said, no, we're pretty much in the middle of town. Well, how much in the middle of town? I said, well, like, if I were a Russian bomber pilot and I had to drop a thermonuclear device, I'd make our tower ground zero. It's just like dead center in the middle of everything. If you blew that place up, you would do collateral damage in an omni sort of pattern all around, and it's a perfect location for dropping a thermonuclear device, and it's a perfect location to transmit from, because you can buy a transmitting antenna and not have to put any beam tilt or null fill or any fancy directionality to it, because you're right in the middle of everything.
And do they microwave or do they fiber up from the station to the transmitter site?
Well, for a while we had a studio, and there was a manned studio that was had 2 shifts a day and a shift during the weekends. But a bunch of enterprising guys at corporate engineering decided, the master control operators really don't do that much. And so with the application of a device known as a Sapphire and an Amethyst, they were able to run programming from the master control in Florida, which Tampa is where Clearwater is where the network operations center is.
Okay.
And they run all the programming out of there. They have an uplink there. They have a backup uplink in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
They run everything to satellite, and the satellite receive center, because we had issues with landlords. None of the landlords that's at any potential studio location were willing to let us put the satellite receive dishes, the TVROs, at the studio. So we kept them at the transmitter, and then we fiber optic everything out of the transmitter site to the studio until they decided that they didn't want a studio anymore. So then they had this CentralCast system that they had a high-speed fiber optic line come in and feed. They had to put programming into the Sapphire. Say, for example, when you're going to have your sun outages twice a year.
Yes.
Okay. You can't go off the air, so they blow programming into the Sapphire and store it in there until the appropriate time, and then the Sapphire plays it out over and switches to the program on board, which is identical to what would be coming in by way of satellite, except that what's coming in by satellite in 5 or 10 or 15 minutes is going to disappear because there's going to be a sun outage. So that way, we're in the case that say they had some local commercial content that somebody paid some exorbitant amount for. They didn't want to just have run whatever everybody else is running. Say that, a local car dealer or a local politician wanted to buy airtime. Okay, so providing he can give us video and mail it to Clearwater, then Clearwater can send it out by way of high-speed data link to the Sapphires, and it'll sit in the hard drive RAID arrays at Sapphires until called upon, and then it'll play out for the 30 seconds or 60 seconds or whatever that it's called on, and cover the national commercials. And since then, they replaced the Sapphires and the Amethysts with Spectrums and Electras, and that way now it's a much more clean method, and we can do many more sub-channels without the motion artifacts that were starting to become problems with the Sapphires and the Amethysts, because it just was too much bandwidth, and it was all being done on ASI, and now it's all done on Cat6.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, our system is mapped around ASI right now. We go in HD, SDI, then we multiplex it up to ASI out.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we just not too long ago we hired a young lady for the I want to say it was Wausau was one of the markets, and I'm trying to remember what the other, Milwaukee maybe. But she just became the chief engineer at our Milwaukee and Wausau stations. But she was literally wet behind the ears right out of college, and she didn't know really all that much about television at all. So my regional manager asked me to be a mentor. So I, having had many long phone conversations with her that lasted 4 and 5 hours. I don't know how that happens, but we got to talking about everything, and she had no idea what video really was or what the history of it was. So I wrote a primer on image capture from what the Chinese had started out with these boxes with a pinhole.
Yes.
And it projected an image onto the opposite wall of the box, and they could actually watch what was going on outside the box, because the lens effect of this little pinhole. And then, went into how photography worked, and there's diagraphs, and Zworskin had decided to build the iconoscope, and then went in from there to I'm trying to remember his name now, the fellow that created the electronic scanning. It's failing me right now.
For RCA.
Philo Farnsworth.
Okay.
So I went into Philo Farnsworth and the scanning process and his image dissector, and then we went into image orthicons, which were actually a German product that was a blend of the image dissector as well as the electron multiplier, which had already been developed, which is how our image orthicon we're talking about works. And then I went into Vidicons and then CCD units, and I broke down everything from the 31,500 hertz, breaking that down into horizontal scanning frequencies and vertical scanning frequencies, and gave her the entire how it's done. Went into serial digital uncompressed video, and went into compressed video and ASI and MPEG-2 and MPEG-4 and satellite transmission. So, I mean, it took me months to write all this, but it was enough to bring her to the point of where she's now, pretty viable, experienced engineer.
Excellent. Does she work for ION?
Yeah, she's with the ION station in both in Wausau, which is kind of a small station, and I believe it's Milwaukee.
I see. Excellent.
But yeah, you can never tell I kind of have a passion about this.
Yeah, I would spend sometimes like my day off will be Friday, and I'll get, especially this 41 at that time, I will start 6 a.m. in the morning. I will not be out of this house until 8 a.m. Sunday morning.
Oh my word.
I will, because I get so deep into this, I'll lose track of time. I don't know if it's daytime or nighttime because I'll have the door closed. And just, I'll get into something and just cannot get off of it. And I'll spin straight through nonstop.
Sounds familiar. Sounds like something I would do. But Well, it's 20 after 2 in the morning here, and my wife is probably wondering what's wrong with me. But I'm 6 hours later. So I should probably let you get on to more industrious things. And I never had dinner tonight. I need to go have dinner.
Oh, say with me, I haven't had dinner or lunch.
Lunch was a salad, so it didn't long.
Well, it's been nice talking, chatting with you. Interesting stuff I learned from you. And wow.
Right from you.
And oh yeah, don't forget to check with Chuck Paris, because I remember he had a block. I remember it was about 2 or 3 meetings back. So he would probably still have it. Basically, I can imagine.
I'll check with him because it's not much fun having all these pieces and having nothing more to show for it after 40 years than a test jig.
Yeah. Wow. Well, at least you're making a little progress with it. I mean, you made the plate and everything, so you are on your way. But your project is much more in depth than mine, because you literally manufacture wire by wire with this. That's a lot of work.
Yeah. It's one of those things that I want to see it through until either there's something. Say for example that one of the transformers was blown and I don't know it. That'll stop me cold in my tracks. But short of that, I intend to get an image out of each of those tubes.
Oh, do you have a lens?
Do I have what?
A lens? A camera lens?
Oh yeah, yes I do. In fact, before I tried to load that 350-pound camera head into my trunk, I unscrewed all 4 lenses from the turret.
Oh, good.
So I have them in a box somewhere in my basement. So the interesting thing about that, I mentioned about the TK60 camera that I bought from Steve McVoy. I bought it without lenses.
Oh.
But it's okay. Because years earlier, whenever I was with Xera, I had been to New York, and it was the Archdiocese of New York that had this studio that was built from everything that was on display at the 1964 World's Fair.
Okay.
RCA had a display. It wasn't just a booth, it was a huge building. They had videotape machines, they had film projectors, they had slide projectors, film cameras, they had live cameras, you name it, they had it. And that's when I walked in, and they had this TK22 film camera, and I sort of stood back in amazement, and they said, "What do you need?" I said, "Well, I'm missing a camera cable." So they literally tore up the computer floor and pulled out the camera cable because they weren't using it anymore. And they rolled it up and gave it to me, and I took it back to Pittsburgh with me. But while I was there, this guy who was the chief engineer of the Archdiocese of New York, we got to chatting, and I said, "Oh, if I'd ever had my dreams, I'd have a TK60 or a TK41. And he says, "Well, tell you what, if you ever get a TK60," he hands me this box. He says, "You don't have to open it now, but I think you'll like what's in there." So I got out to the car and I opened it up, and there was four Rank, Taylor, and Hobson camera lenses specifically made for the TK60.
Oh.
And one day, I turned around to thank him, and he hands me a case.
Wait,
and the case,
he hands you what?
he handed after he gave me the lenses in a box. He handed me a case.
Okay.
And I looked inside the case, and it was a 20 to 200 millimeter Rank, Taylor, and Hobson zoom lens.
Oh my God! Wow.
So he gave me like a 2-inch, a 4-inch, a 5-inch, an 8-inch, and a 12-inch fixed focus Rank Taylor lens and a zoom lens.
Oh my
Now,
God.
within the last year, I've looked up Rank Taylor Hobson lenses on eBay, and they just come up whenever somebody lists one.
Yes.
These lenses recently were selling for $2,000 and $3,000 and $4,000 a piece.
Jeez.
And there's people out there buying them.
Yes.
And I got them for free.
Wow.
It's just like, wow. And then, okay, I spent $500 on the TK60 camera head. Oh boy, that's gonna be a heartbreaker. I mean, there's a guy that about 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks ago, his eBay auctioneer's name was Middleman Sales.
Mm-hmm.
And he had it was the most beat up, nasty looking TK60 I've ever seen. It was in pieces.
Oh,
he wanted $2,500 for it.
How much? 2,500?
Yeah. He's insane. Okay, the power supply for your TK11.
Yes.
I think he still has one listed, and he wants like $800 for it.
Oh gosh. That's crazy. That is ridiculous.
eBay people, it's like they've lost their minds.
That's ridiculous. Well, the 11, when I was working on it, there was an auction in Hollywood, and there was a guy came across with a bunch of 11s, and I think there was 110 in there. So I emailed him, and he saw I was local, and he says, well, you can come down and take a look at them. Well, at the time with the 11, they had the transistor version preamp, and it looks like it was homebrew. So I said, no, I want everything to be original. So I was looking for a preamp. But now, I didn't want it to use the 41. I want to keep all that intact. So
sure.
I emailed the guy, and he says, yeah, come on down. So I came down, looked at them, and I said, okay. But the price he was asking, I think it was about for the whole lot, I think it was about $6,000 or $7,000. Well, that was way out of my price range. So we started talking. I said, I have a 11, and but I don't want to use the transistor rights preamp. I wanted the tube. So he says, oh, so what, you restoring this? I said, yeah. And so he says, he walked over to one of the cameras and taken the chassis out and handed it to me. He says, go finish your project. So I have the original 11 preamp in this and TK11 over here.
Excellent. That's great news. I'm glad to hear that some people still have a conscience.
Yeah.
Most people. I told you that I got my 41 because the TV station I worked for gave it to my high school. My high school decided, okay, well, there's a spare one here. There was nothing we can do with it. So, Bill, this is your payment for making the first one work.
Wow.
The other part of that story is that I didn't get to, it was a really heartbreaker. Once I took home, my father, I was 17 at that time.
Okay.
He was like, what are you bringing all this crap into my house for? Dad, you know, at some point, this will be worth money. And even if it's not worth an education to me to learn, you know, how to repair and maintain electronics. Well, I don't know what he thought I was going to do, but, you know, he really was furious that I brought anything home. And then 6 months later, the school was back in session, and the people who were the students, I guess they just were not interested, or they were detached from reality or what, I don't know. But the teacher called me up and says, Bill, I can't teach these guys anything. I said, what do you mean? He says, they're all going to fail. There's not a one of them that, you know, because like I got out of high school with my FCC first class license. Back then, you had to have an FCC license to work at any radio television station.
Yes.
I graduated high school with my FCC first class license. Other guys were getting 4 years in the military, and the military made them get their license. Okay. This is a little ahead of the curve. And my teacher understood that I was ahead of the curve and like really interested in this stuff. So when he called me, he said, you know, this other camera, the one that you have here that's still working, I'm never going to be able to teach these kids anything about color television because they just don't care. They're not into learning. I don't know if they're into drugs or what. So if you want it, come get it. It was an entire working color TV camera. TK41. If you want it, Bill, come get it.
Okay.
So I told my father, my school doesn't want that camera anymore, so I want to bring it home. He forbade me to bring it home. He pretty much told me if I brought it home, it was going in the trash. So I didn't act on it. Called the teacher a few months later. He said, Bill, you never came around. The kids needed a project. So I gave them some wire cutters. So you knew where that camera.
Wow.
It was working. It was a working camera. And between the kids that were morons and my father that for whatever reason didn't want me to have it, he was afraid it would, you know, clutter up his basement or whatever. That was the end of that.
Wow. What year was this?
77.
77. Wow. That camera would have been priceless right now.
Pretty much, because I would have kept it up. I would have, you know, every couple of years been into it, cleaning it out, you know, replacing capacitors, looking for resistance that had strayed, you know, varied from their original values, replace them all with flame-proof, you know, 1 or 2% resistors. It would have worked better than new.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez. The first camera, what did they put it in the dumpster? I mean, did you try to track it down to see where exactly what janitors was working at that night?
Yeah, I did ask them, and they said that they had put it in the dumpster in the trash truck had come around
Oh,
in the middle of the
no.
night.
Oh, God. Wow. It's bad. Wow.
Yeah, I was running around screaming, at people that day. And of course they didn't care. It was just like, if you wanted it, you shouldn't have left it in the hallway. Well, if the door wasn't locked, I wouldn't have left it in the hallway. So there's two cameras, both the one that I gutted and the one that the students gutted. They're gone forever.
They're gone forever. That's it. Wow. Well, still be positive. That's all. In this type of business, you gotta be positive.
That's all you can do.
Yeah. Jeez. And then again, you never know on eBay. The quad machine that I have up now, the video hit, that hit was bought before I got the camera. And this is what happened. I was on it. This was several years ago, many years before I got this quad. I think it was in 2004 or something like that. But this guy had a bunch of hits. It was a 1200 and 4 AVR ones. And I recognized the shape of it. Those are AVR hits. But he had it down in the description, CCTV cameras. And I looked and I said, wait a minute, that's not quite right. So I emailed him and I said, do these cameras work? And he said, well, they came out of a hospital and I found them in the storage room. So I asked the hospital, can I have them? And they're on eBay. You want to buy them? And I said, sure. They're about $100. So I gave him $100. Wow. And that's that one particular hit out of the other 3 AVR ones. And I hope they work. Came out from eBay, and the guy got there with cameras.
Wow.
He had no idea. No idea. I have the 1200, but I have no idea if the 1200 works because I don't have a 1200 machine. But if out of the 4, none of the 4 works, I heard that you can change the disc. And I do have a working disc out of a AVR2. I heard that you can change the disc at any video hit assembly and make it work. Now, I don't know if that's true. I never tried that before, but I don't know.
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
Ampex, I never had any real exposure to anything except their VPR3 and VPR80 1-inch machines. I went to school on those and repaired them for the station I worked at. But the Ampex 2-inch machines, unfortunately, I've never really had my hands on them for any length of time.
The VPR, did you have the Zeus TBC?
I'm sorry?
On the VPR 3s, did you have the Zeus TBC?
On the 3s, yes. Yeah,
okay.
we had TBC 80s on the VPR 80s, and I think we had 2 TBC 3s on 2 of the 3 VPR 3s and 1 Zeus.
Okay.
We had 1 Zeus. Yeah. They wanted to do time compression. Yeah. But the Ampex I think it was the TBC 6s.
Mhm.
I had a lot of problems with those. The station would do film to tape transfers, for storage, and one fellow who was the most conscientious of the master control operators, whenever he wanted to do the film transfers, he would transfer, if it was a black and white film, he would transfer it in monochrome without burst. He would sync with burst.
Oh, great.
It was the right thing to do, but it turned out that because he was doing that, we found that there was a fault in the wiring on one of the circuit boards on the TBC6. It would, the video would just break up and go crazy if you didn't have the burst on there. So I went through the process of board swaps, and then taking each board and troubleshooting, tracing it extensively from where the video first entered the TBC, and following the schematic component by component, op amp by op amp, you name it. I found that they had populated the board wrong components on one of these. I think there's 4 boards in the TBC, and whichever one it was, there was a burst detector circuit, and it was wired wrong with the wrong value resistors. They were still through hole resistors. They weren't surface mount, but they were the wrong values. And I got on the phone immediately with Ampex and said, guys, okay, schematic says this, reality says that, and with my ohm-meter tells me, yeah, that, you know, these values are not what they're supposed to be. And of course, the color banding on the resistors was wrong. And they said, well, I hate to tell you this, but you're going to have to rewire it because you're out of warranty, and it's just a matter of you know, you're going to have to unsolder every resistor in that circuit that's wrong and drop in the right values. They said, well, we'll send you whatever values you need. They were all, you know, quarter-watt resistors. It wasn't like as though they were expensive, but I had to troubleshoot down that to the nitty-gritty on those circuit boards. And then once I swapped the parts out, all of a sudden, it was fine running true monochrome video without burst on it, and they could go ahead and continue with the editing process. But man, it was a nightmare because, you know, they were trying to archive all these black and white movies, and the one fellow who righteously was turning the burst off to transfer a monochrome film. He was creating problems in this time-based corrector that just was unheard of. At least we found it, you know, but it was just crazy.
Wow. Was it a bad connection or it never been soldered?
It just wrong values in the wrong sockets.
Oh, the wrong sockets. Okay, gotcha. Wow.
Yeah, they populated the
oh my God! You mean Ampex? Your manufacturer, they populated the wrong values?
Yes.
Oh, wow.
You know, like this, you know, one resistor might have been supposed to be 39,000 ohms, and it was 75,000 ohms, and another was supposed to be 1,000, and it was 10,000, or what, you know.
Oh gosh.
Just randomly wrong number values in the holes.
That is horrible. My God.
You know, can you imagine trying to do that? You know, that was,
That is
you know,
crazy. Wow.
but yeah, I had to trace everything from the input the whole way through until I found the discrepancy between the schematic and what was operating the board.
Uh-huh.
No wonder nobody else could find it. Everybody else just said, well, it's, you know, it just can't be fixed. It's like, well, there's no such thing as can't be fixed. You know, we have other TBCs that will pass monochrome video, and there's no reason this one shouldn't. And if it's not, there's a reason, and the reason was because the wrong resistors were populating the board.
Wow.
But it took a hell of a long time to find.
Jeez.
Because you figure, you know, you've seen the TBC3 and the TBC.
Oh
80.
yes. Oh yes. Yes.
They're you know, those boards are like 14 by 14 roughly,
Yeah.
and densely populated.
Yeah. Same with the Sonys. The Sonys are the TBC. Oh no, what they call the BVT 2000. It's
Oh yeah.
just crammed. Then when they went to the internal TBCs for the BVH 2000, that was worse.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I had the BVH 1100s,
Mm-hmm.
and those were a nightmare enough.
Yeah, yeah. Says around the MDA that there was there was a power plug. A molar collector that went to the back between the two reels. There was one board, and I think it had a bunch of relays on it or something. And that Mullis connector will always overheat and cook itself. And then when that happens, the reels would go nuts and pop a master.
Jeez.
Yes. So we got to the point to where we didn't even bother to get another Molex connector. We just cut the wires and soldered them right directly to the PC board.
Yeah, Molex connectors seem to have, they seem to suffer contact resistance a lot, and they burn up a lot.
Yes.
That's a very common thing with them.
Mm-hmm.
I was never in favor of Molex connectors.
Mm-hmm.
No. But, well, it's going on 3 o'clock now.
Oh.
I really should get going. I really should have dinner.
Okay. And that's an interesting conversation. Thank you for. Huh?
It's been very interesting.
Yes.
And
yes.
Educational.
Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, I will let you go, and let's see. You have my email.
Yes, I do.
Okay, good, excellent. And I have, let me check. I have yours. And yours is KarlWHANSEN.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. At yahoo.com. Okay, excellent. Excellent. Well, okay. Well, thank you. And I guess thank you very much. And I glad you liked my presentation and all. And and I would love to see the pictures of your 41 that you're constructing.
I will do that.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Okay. Well, Zach, have a good night, Bill. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you. You have a good night too.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye.